Welcome to the 2026 trade deadline live stream here on NHL Digest. We already got some crazy trades after going down in the last couple of days. Hopefully some more to come today with a lot of big names still left on the trade board. We got a lot to talk about over this next 3.5 hours until the trade deadline. So thanks for stopping by. We got a lot of hockey to talk about. Make sure to be active down in the chat. Let me know how you're feeling about today's trade deadline. Who do you think's going where? Love to hear from you guys. But before we come live here today, we have a trade, the first trade of the day, which is Bobby Brink headed to Minnesota for David Trocheck. We see this here from Elliot Friedman breaking the first trade of today. A good trade for both sides. Minnesota getting a middle six forward that they need for their playoff push, and Philadelphia getting a great prospect here in David Trocheck. Let's talk about Bobby Brink, because Bobby Brink has been a solid player throughout his NHL career here. Let's just have a look at his stats so far this season. 26 points. Like I said, he's a great middle six guy, bottom six guy that will really come in here in Minnesota and create some offense down there in those bottom two lines. It's just a good depth add for this team, and it's just great to see them go out and make a trade like this. Obviously, Minnesota's going for the Stanley Cup this season, and there's no better way to do it than going out and improving your depth in the forward position. Like I said, he's an all-around guy. 13 goals, 13 assists so far this season. A little bit more on the physical side as well. Good defensive guy as well. 90 shots, 6 power play points for Bobby Brink this year. Like I said, it's a guy who's going to come in, electrify the bottom six, and it's exactly what the Minnesota Wild need. But going back in Philly's direction, they're getting a highly touted prospect here in David Trocheck, a former 6th overall selection back in 2022. So it's a great ad for Philly. I think obviously now with the younger talent that they have there, they're kind of looking more of like an Anaheim type of team where in a year's time, we could be looking them at being a competitor type team. So getting a young prospect in David Trocheck, was drafted back in 2022 and is 22 years old at this point. 6'4" defenseman, a big guy, has been playing some very good hockey down in the AHL. So hopefully we will get to see him get some opportunity here in Philly in the last part of the season and really start to see him in the NHL, because we haven't really seen much of him yet. And when we have, he hasn't put any points up on the board, barely, but he's not that type of player. He's a good defensive defenseman, physical guy, shot blocker. There we go. I'm sort of looking for. We're live here. We can't edit this out. He's a good shot blocker here. And it's just what Philly needs, a good defensive defenseman to kind of shore up their future of their blue line. So a good trade, a win-win trade for both, in my opinion. So, what do you guys think about that trade down below in the chat? See a few of you guys down there. Greg, how's it going? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Larry, appreciate you stopping by again here on NHL Digest. But like I said, we got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of rumors floating around today from David Pagnotta saying Philly, who just traded Bobby Brink, are also in talks about Delauriers, Grundstrom, and Ristolainen. I've seen Ristolainen has been linked to the San Jose Sharks. They could get a pretty good haul from the Sharks if they do end up trying to trade him. It just kind of seems like they're kind of just shipping out their UFAs, trying to get a little bit younger, and that's exactly what they need to do at this point, in my opinion. And obviously the Sabres are shopping Devin Levi, which is very interesting. Be interesting to see what team will take him. I'm looking at a team that kind of needs a backup goaltender for this. I don't think we'll see a team like Montreal or Edmonton or any of these guys go out and try to shop for this type of goaltender. They're going to be more in the Binnington, Bobrovsky market and this. So it'll be interesting to see where he lands at the end of the day if he does get moved. Florida's exploring Bobrovsky options and adding a goaltender. So maybe we see Buffalo. I know they have a good tandem there with UPL, and hopefully that we could potentially, Buffalo could be in on a Bobrovsky trade if they do want to trade one of their goalies and get Bobrovsky back. But they got a great tandem there right now. I don't think they're going to be looking at goaltenders. I think Montreal has been in the mix in this. San Jose has also been heavily in the mix on Bobrovsky, which is very interesting to me. But we'll see where he ends up at the end of today. And the Ducks are looking for a top six winger after making a blockbuster trade in the early hours of the night, or in the early hours of the night for us here on the West Coast. They go out, get John Carlson for a very good package. We did a video on that early this morning, but great trade for the Ducks. They're looking to add a winger to try to get into this playoff hunt this year. Well, they're in the playoffs this year, almost guaranteed, knock on wood, but they're looking to make a little run at it here this year. So getting a top six player is going to help them drastically in those measures. There's a lot of players out there. Vinny Trocheck is a guy I'm looking at for them. Kadri is another guy I'm looking at for them. So it'll be interesting to see how the Ducks do shape up. But let's do a little bit of a recap here as we see some of the trades that have happened already. Obviously, we talked about the Ducks one with John Carlson being moved out of Washington to head to Anaheim. And then we talked about a lot about that earlier today. It was a first-round pick for a third round. First and third, conditional first for John Carlson. Great deal, in my opinion. I think this is one that we're going to be looking back on at the end of the year and being like, wow, this is one of the craziest trades of the trade deadline. Also, some little bit more trades here. Buffalo making a lot of moves with Luke Shen, Logan Stanley, and Sam Carrick all coming in with two prospects, a second, a fourth, a third, and a sixth, all going out. These are some great trades for the Buffalo Sabres. Bringing in Shen and Stanley makes their decor complete and makes it absolutely disgusting. They get Shen and Stanley as their third pairing. Those guys are going to be an absolute wrecking crew. Like, people are going to leave with bruises and ice packs on after going up against this Buffalo Sabres blue line. I believe all of their defensemen are over 6'4", which is crazy to think about. Great work from the Buffalo Sabres front office for really putting this team together, and it looks like they're going to be one of the teams to be looking at going into this playoffs. We also got some more trades here. Columbus going out and getting Connor Garland from the Vancouver Canucks. Good winger for them to add. Second and a third round pick for Connor Garland. I think it's a great forward add for them. Leafs Digest in the chat. Shout out Leafs Digest. They say Habs are trash. Habs are losing in the first round. Well, it's nice to be in the first round. Hey, isn't it, Leafs Digest? Please know on Bob. Our current tandem will be fine once the D is fixed. I definitely agree here, Larry. I think that you're right there. But we do have one more trade to talk about today, and that's the Ottawa Senators making some moves, trading out David Perron to the Red Wings. Really helps the Red Wings push here with getting a veteran forward that they can put in through their middle six and just create some offense there. The Ottawa Senators get a conditional pick back on this. They also acquire Morgan Foegele from the LA Kings for a second and a third, and also a conditional third coming back their way. I think Fiegel, I'm pretty sure it's Fiegel, but he was a good player on Edmonton. He's been a good player on the Kings, and I think that he's going to be a little bit of a piece of what the Ottawa Senators need. They obviously need a lot to get back to the glory days, but it's looking like they're on the right track. Getting this forward in who's been an NHL proven talent is really going to help their middle six as well to create some more offense. So a lot of stuff happening today, some big trades going down, and let's have a look at the trade board to see who is available. Vinny Trocheck is the top name on the trade board today. With Nazem Kadri, Robert Thomas, and Blake Coleman being the top four, with Colton Parayko being the fifth option. Obviously, him declining that trade to Buffalo, which allowed Buffalo to go out and get Stanley and Shen. A good backup option for them in that trade, but Vinny Trocheck, he doesn't think he's leaving. A lot of stuff I've been seeing online. He doesn't think he's leaving New York, but we've seen some crazier things happen here on trade deadline. And yeah, it's great. It's great to see those guys they know what they want. Rangers know what they need. They needed to sell, and if a right package comes in for Trocheck, they are going to go out and they're going to make that trade. And he doesn't think he's being traded, but like I said, we've seen crazier things happen. Nazem Kadri said he's going to be upset if he isn't traded after this year's trade deadline. So looking like he's going to be on the move. When we get towards the closer ends of this trade deadline, we could see him on his way out of Calgary as well. A lot of teams linked to him. The Avalanche were one of the teams that have been linked to him heavily as well. Also, Robert Thomas, where will he go? It's looking like 2 first-round picks and a couple of prospects are going to be what it takes to get Robert Thomas on your team. Montreal Canadiens are in the mix on that one. I've heard the Detroit Red Wings in the mix on that one as well, and it's going to be interesting to see how that one shapes up across the NHL here today. But it's some crazy stuff happening in the NHL today. Trade deadline is always a fun one here. And I'm just looking at Twitter here. It says the Islanders from David Pagnotta are both shopping Duclair and Shabanov, looking to add a top 6 guy. Obviously, the Islanders having a surprise season with Matthew Schaefer being one of the best players for them this year at 18 years old, really shocking the NHL about how good of a talent he is. Bo Horvat also having a fantastic season, scoring a lot of goals for them there. So they're looking to add a top 6 forward to get them rolling, and hopefully they can make a little run here in the playoffs as well. Love to hear your guys' thoughts and everything down below in the chat on how everything's going. I'm just getting something up for you guys here on Robert Thomas that I'm seeing on Twitter. It'll just take me 1 second to get this rolling here for you guys. But yeah, it's a crazy day. We bear with me. We're not used to being live for this long, but we got a new setup here, and it's really going to help us out. So here we go. That quick, we got the tweet up for you guys. From the NHL Trade Alert, the Fan Hockey Show on Robert Thomas. Friedman says he's heard Seattle was in on Robert Thomas. Buffalo doesn't seem likely now. His price is way too high for Utah. There's been a lot of rumors about him going to the Islanders. Detroit did have interest as well. So that's some big news coming out today from Elliot Friedman and the trade report, saying that Buffalo is out, obviously, because they were looking to get Parayko. They got Stanley. They kind of got their prospects out of there and their picks out of there now. So looking like the Islanders. I think the Islanders have the most options to work with in terms of trading back for St. Louis. And we just heard that they're looking to trade for a top 6 guy. Robert Thomas is that top 6 guy for this team. Who knows? Robert Thomas could stay in St. Louis, but right now, he has a lot of years left on his deal. He's 26. You don't need to move this guy now, but the St. Louis Blues might say, hey, this is our best option to trade this guy. We're going to get a lot for this guy. It's a seller's market. A lot of sellers are getting overpriced what they should be getting for some of these players. So it's looking like Robert Thomas could be on the move if the right package does come along. Detroit as well would be an interesting fit for him. I think him on that second line with Patrick Kane to Brink, I think they would just work magic in Detroit. I think if they had the opportunity to go out and make a trade for Robert Thomas today, they definitely should do this because he's a guy who's going to come in and immediately make an impact in this team, immediately help that second line with DeBrincat and Kane and help set them up. Definitely a better setter than Andrew Kopp. No shade or anything towards him, but Robert Thomas is a great player in this league, still has a lot of good years left in him, still got a lot of years left on his contract. This is a no-brainer for any of these younger teams that are just getting into the brink of the playoff contention, like Montreal, like Detroit. Buffalo says they're out now. Seattle as well, they're looking as well to make their team better. So all these young teams that just coming out of rebuilds are looking to use the assets they acquired to go out and make a trade. And we're seeing a lot of things on Twitter about Robert Thomas, and he's obviously one of the biggest names to talk about today. And hopefully we will see him move, because I think that would just be a big trade, and who wouldn't love to see a big trade happen here on trade deadline day. Just having a look on Twitter again. San Jose Sharks actually announced an extension with Alex Nedeljkovic. I know it's not trade related, but They do lock up Ned. I'll get that, guys, for you here in a second from Frank Cervelli on Twitter. We'll bring it up. We'll just have chat about it because that's what's happening right now. Let's see here. Alex Nedeljkovic, backup goaltender, tandem goaltender for the San Jose Sharks. They signed him to a 2-year extension worth $3 million. Alex Nedeljkovic has had a very good season for the San Jose Sharks. There's no doubt about it. He has been a firecracker for this team in the cage, going out, beating Bobrovsky in a fight. This is how good he's been this year. Him and Askarov have been a great tandem for them and has really led to some of their success with some shutdown goaltending from Alex Nedeljkovic and Yaroslav Askarov. I think Askarov is a great young goaltender, and when you have him paired up with like a little bit of a veteran in the crease with Nedeljkovic, it's only going to lead to some success here in San Jose, and we've seen that this season, obviously, with Macklin Celebrini being as good as he is. Looking so far at his stats this season, he has 11 wins, 9 losses, with a .902 save percentage, so $3 million for him seems like a steal to me. I think, for a backup goaltender, that's what they're going to be going for around now, is around that $3 million range. So going out, getting Alex Nedeljkovic locked up here for a couple more years. You like his play this year, and you're hoping to keep him, for, the next 2 years just to, ride it out. It's been working this season. When the offense starts clicking again, it's going to mean, I'm trying to say is when the Sharks start to develop and the offense starts to start flowing, not just only Macklin Celebrini, the goaltending is really going to matter here because their defense right now is lackluster, but their goaltending has been exceptional. So once Mike Greer and the San Jose Sharks shore up this defense, the goaltending numbers are only going to get better. The wins are going to start to come, and hopefully this trade deadline we do see the Sharks make a trade for a defenseman. I'm really hoping we do see that today. But some interesting news again on trade deadline day is Nedeljkovic getting an extension. Not one you expect to see, when you're talking about trades is an extension, but that's what we do see here today. The Sabres are the 10th career team for Luke Shen, which is an interesting stat as well. And let's have a look at what the Oilers are saying. Or Mark Spector says he'd be surprised that the Oilers aren't out there looking for a goaltender right now. And I think Sergei Bobrovsky could be that guy right now. Larry says, honestly, I've been more impressed with Ned than Askey. I know Askey has more upside, but Ned has been very good considering the D. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Larry. Nedeljkovic has been outstanding this year. There's no doubt about it. He's definitely been the better goaltender, but Askarov is the younger guy. He's still trying to find his, footing in this NHL and try to, be the number one goaltender there. And, this is really his first full season as a bona fide starter. So, there are going to be a little bit of a hiccups with that, especially when the defense isn't as good as it should be. So, hopefully we can see Askarov keep going. But like I said, Nedeljkovic has been a great surprise. He's definitely earned this extension, earned this money going forward. And it's just great to see Ned. He's a great guy, too, a great locker room guy. He always gives praise to his teammates as well. I think it's just great to see this for the San Jose Sharks getting just a great guy outside, outside the ice, off the ice as well, in Alex Nedeljkovic. Okay, Bruins and the Flyers are working on a trade from David Pagnotta, depth AHL pieces at this point for. This is just like a minor trade. Nothing, no details revealed yet. Let's have a look here. Alex Ovechkin said this is the saddest day of his career, personally, after John Carlson was traded. Interesting quote there from Alex Ovechkin. I've seen a lot of talk about Ovi and the Carlson trade and how this must just be like a kick in the face for Ovi. And it does suck. I mean, Carlson's been there his whole career. He's the best defenseman probably in Washington Capitals history. Actually, I'm gonna double down on that and say that is true. So to see him kind of be traded in the middle of the night, he doesn't really find out till the morning, is not really how you treat a player that's spent his whole career there. Was a big part of winning a Stanley Cup. So, that kind of sucks to see that, the organization reflect on it that way. And of course, the deal comes on your table that late in night. You got to take it. In defending the front office here is, they see that trade that they really like. They're not going to wait till the morning because it could be off the table. But, that kind of sucks for John Carlson to wake up and say, hey, you got to move to California. But hey, wouldn't we all like to move to California? But the Ducks are a very fun team, and he's going to have a great career down there. There's no doubt in my mind about that. And he's 36. Don't know how many years he has left into him. He's in his last year of his deal, at $8 million contract at 36. We don't know what is going to be discussed about at the end of the season. Is he going to go to free agency? Is he going to sign a 1 or 2 year extension? We'll see what happens. He's still playing some great hockey, so we'll see how that works as well. Hold on, now we got some rumors for the Montreal Canadiens. Very interesting here. We're gonna bring it up here in just 1 second for you guys. We got a Vinny Trocheck link to the Montreal Canadiens. Let's have a look at this one, guys. This is very interesting in my eyes. The Montreal Canadiens obviously looking for a number 2 center. And I think Vincent Trocheck could be that guy. Obviously, is a guy who's going to win a lot of face-offs for your team. And we have a link from Pierre LeBrun, a reputable source that links the Montreal Canadiens to Vincent Trocheck. Here we are from Puck Empire. The Montreal Canadiens have checked in on Vinny Trocheck, but the price could be too expensive. So it's looking like they're looking to get that second line center. And you just you want to see Montreal go out and do that. And me, as a Montreal fan, I want to see them go out and get that second center. I want to see them go out and get a goaltender more. But to finally have a stud second center, that'll make me very happy if they make this trade go off. Sugar Hill says, I've legit been crying because Stanley left. Been watching him since Windsor. Yeah, that really sucks. I mean, Logan Stanley is a great player, and he's been having a great season offensively as well. So to see him leave, it sucks. The Winnipeg Jets' year was really last year to go out and try to win the Stanley Cup, and seems this year, they lost a lot of pieces. Hellebuck, was kind of struggling before the Olympics. So, it's been a tough year for Winnipeg Jets fans. Last year they were buying, this year they're selling. Players are going to have to leave. Larry says, lived in the Bay Area for almost a decade. Glad I got out. That was 96. Shout out the Bay Area. I'm a big San Jose guy. It's my West Coast team. I do host Sharks Digest here on the Digest Media Network. Love the San Jose Sharks. So anything comes up Sharks today, I can tell you a lot about that, but I know a lot about the NHL, and, obviously doing NHL Digest has really helped me expand my knowledge over the years. But like I said, we're back to this. Montreal Canadiens have checked in on Vinny Trocheck, and the price could be too expensive. It'll be interesting to see what the Rangers do want for him. I think maybe they will be looking for a first. I feel like a lot of players are going for first-round picks this year. Jason Dickinson went to Edmonton for a first-round pick, which was kind of shocking to me, but the Montreal Canadiens have a lot of pieces and a lot of young prospects that can be dealt out in these trades. They've acquired a lot of assets over the years. Kent Hughes has been very great at that. So going out and getting Vincent Trocheck might not be the worst idea. I do want to look at his season so far. At 32, he had 39 points in 46 games, still having a solid year. Not quite the production we've seen from him in previous years, but still having a great season. 12 goals, 27 assists, and like I said, that face-off percentage, 57.2 on the face-off win percentage for Vinny Trocheck. A great defensive center, a great guy, not just defensively, but offensively as well. He's a 200-foot player, and that's exactly what the Montreal Canadiens need as their second-line center, is a guy like Vincent Trocheck. He has 11 power play points as well. He's 14.5% on his shot percentage as well. So it's just great to see Montreal linked to a second center that's a very good one in Vincent Trocheck. I think he is a guy who can come in and immediately make this second line better. It'd be interesting to see who goes back in this trade. I know Montreal is trying to move out Patrick Laine. Don't know if he'll go back in this trade, but I think it'll be an interesting one for sure to keep an eye on Vincent Trocheck and where he lands at the end of this trade deadline. But right now, it's looking like Montreal could be the favorites to land Vinny Trocheck. Very interesting stuff here. We see the Bruins and Flyers were working on a trade. I haven't seen nothing more of that yet. Let's have a look here. The Rangers have told teams that they're prepared to keep Vincent Trocheck if they don't get the offers that they're satisfied with. So they're not really looking. It's not a big thing to them to move him right now. But it's interesting to know that Montreal has looked at him and the price is high. I'd really like to know what they're asking for a guy like him. And Pierre LeBrun mentioned on Trade Center, I'm seeing here another Montreal piece of news, that they're looking for an impact forward, which Vincent Trocheck would be. But they say Michael Hage will likely not be dealt today. And that's what we want to see if you're Montreal fans. Michael Hage, great young prospect. I know he was rumored in that 2 firsts and Michael Hage for Robert Thomas. Interesting. I think a lot of people had their own takes on that. I like Michael Hage a lot, and I think he's having a fantastic year, and I don't think you want to move him out just to bring in Robert Thomas for now, because this is a guy you could have for the future of your depth, of your center depth. Definitely, no doubt about that. We see here that Bob could be linked to the Oilers from Sportsnet. Interesting, because obviously we've seen here at the beginning of almost the beginning of the season, mid-season, we've seen not Nedeljkovic, we've seen Tristan Jarry and Stuart Skinner trade 1-for-1. It's kind of worked out a little bit for Pittsburgh, but for the Oilers, it's been a horrible trade. And Sergei Bobrovsky at 37, he might not be having the best season of his career or anything, but he's Bob. He's playoff Bob, and if the Oilers want to make a shot at getting into the playoffs this year, Sergei Bobrovsky is a clutch player, and if he can't get an extension signed that he wants in Florida, I'm sure the Oilers will definitely give it to him. Let's just bring up his stats here right now. Obviously, Bobrovsky on the trade list at 22 wins, 19 losses this season. Florida has been struggling, there's no doubt about it, this year, and right now he's rocking an .873 save percentage, but like I said, this is not the Bob we know and love, right? Like, Bob is a fantastic goaltender. Even at 37, he still has that clutch gene in him, and the Oilers could really go out and make a move for this guy, maybe even send Jarry back to them, Jarry to them, and maybe a pick, and that might get Florida going here. So interesting, or get the Oilers back in the mix here, is they just need goaltending. Their goaltending has been horrible for years, and wouldn't it be crazy to see Sergei Bobrovsky go to the Oilers after battling them the last 2 years in the Stanley Cup final? I don't know if I'm the Oilers GM. I'm definitely doing this, but do Florida really want to send Bobrovsky to their kind of arch rival of the last 2 seasons? I don't know. We'll see what happens here as the trade deadline rolls on. I think it would be a key acquisition for the Edmonton Oilers. They've been looking for goaltending for years. Don't know why they really did that Stuart Skinner for Jarry 1-for-1. It didn't really make sense to me at the time. It was just kind of they just tried to make a change, and the change didn't work. It was kind of a high risk, no reward, or maybe a low risk, no reward, seeing how the two of them goalies have been playing over the last 2 years. But hey, it's worked out for Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh fans are loving it. There's no doubt about it. Love to hear your guys' thoughts on Bobrovsky trade down below in the comments, in the chat. What do you think? Do you think Bobrovsky does get moved out here to the Oilers for a pick or for Jarry or something? I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on that. We do get a trade alert, an AHL move from the Philadelphia Flyers and the Boston Bruins. We're gonna talk about it, but I don't really know many of these players, so be wary of that. I'm not an AHL guy. I'm a QMJHL guy, but definitely not an AHL guy. Let's have a look here. at this trade as the trade deadline moves on. We have a trade from the Philadelphia Flyers and the Boston Bruins. The Flyers being very, very active early on in this year's trade deadline. We have an AHL low risk trade here. We have Philadelphia Flyers trading acquiring Jackson Edward and Brett Harrison for Alex Gendron and Massimo Rizzo. So any AHL fans down the chat, let me know if this is a good trade or not. But it just kind of seems like an AHL team gearing up for a potential run at the Calder Trophy, or at the Calder Cup. So who knows? This could be a good trade for either side. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But it's a trade that's happened here today, and we're gonna mention it. There's no doubt about it. AHL depth moved for the Lehigh Valley Phantoms, and let's hear about it. Let's hear about what is the Hershey Bears? Is that no? That's Washington's Providence Bruins. There we go. That's that AHL knowledge. Anybody? Sorry, I almost got Hershey Bears. Almost got it wrong there, but. The Lehigh Valley Phantoms and the Providence Bruins make a trade here on trade deadline to try to get their teams rolling into the AHL playoffs. So interesting stuff here today. The Sabres are probably out of most trades here today after making that big defensive trade, but who knows, they could be still lurking around that trade of Robert Thomas. It'll be interesting to see if he does go anywhere today. No doubt about it. I do want to talk about the defensive core here in Buffalo. We kind of talked about it off the top, but we just seen the graphic here on Twitter, and let's just talk about Buffalo a little bit. They've been having an insane season, and really probably have the best defensive core in the NHL right now. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. But I said every defenseman was over 6'4". I was wrong. They're all over 6'3". Let's bring it up here for you guys now. Let's see. The new look defense for the Buffalo Sabres, as we see here, everybody over 6'2". Luke Shen bumps it down to 6'2" for the height of all defenders. 6'7", Logan Stanley and Shen as that third pairing. Like I said, they are going to be bruisers back there for this team. And then obviously you see Byram back there as well with Owen Power, and then we have Dahlin and Samuelson as that top pairing. Great look for the defense right now. Owen Power, obviously a first overall draft pick that really hasn't panned out to his potential, but I still think he has a lot of time to grow and a lot of time to live up to that expectation of being the number one overall draft pick. I really do think so. I think now with the success of this Sabres team, we're going to see him start to find his game, which I think he's been playing pretty solid, but he's not like a jump off the page type of first overall pick like the Macklin Celebrinis or the Connor Bedards, but he has really found a role in this in this defense and in this league. But right now Buffalo is rolling. They are an absolute wagon. Tage Thompson having an insane season for them. Josh Stone having a breakout season for them as well. It's great to see this Sabres team finally be in the mix, and Buffalo fans can rejoice that they finally have a good hockey team to represent once again. We're going to look at we're looking at some more stuff here on Twitter. Frank Cervelli says Nashville's getting blown up, so it's looking like they're going to be selling all day today. We've already seen a couple trades from Nashville already, but we probably will see more tonight, more as the trade deadline goes on. We're now almost 3 hours away from the trade deadline. We're just looking at some things on Twitter here, some rumblings. Let's talk about the Leafs. How about that? We got some quotes here from Luke Fox Jukebox on Twitter, a good fan, and Anna Noel. Let's have a look here on the Sportsnet broadcast. The Leafs, they are having a surprisingly bad season. I think a lot of people weren't expecting the Marner fallout to be this bad, but it has been bad, and hopefully Leafs Digest is still here in the chat and can provide some input for you guys down in the chat. But there's a lot of stuff happening in Toronto right now. They moved out Nick Waugh yesterday for a first-round pick. Which was an absolute steal of a trade, in my opinion. And essentially that was a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick for Mitch Marner, which isn't bad. You recouped it a little bit if you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. That you getting rid of Mitch Marner, you got Nick Waugh, wasn't the return you wanted. You probably should have traded him back in 2023 when you could have got a massive haul. That what we're looking for, Robert Thomas right now, you could have got for Mitch Marner and then some. So you probably you looking back on it, it's kind of you wish you did it then, but you take what you can get. You get that first round pick, you get that fifth round pick, whether you draft it or whether you trade it to improve your blue line. I think is where the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to be looking to improve is their defense, and it'll be interesting to see. I don't think we're going to see them buy anything today, but into this offseason we're going to see a lot of stuff happen here in Toronto. Morgan Rielly is probably going to be traded, and they're just going to try to retool because they got to try to salvage the Matthews Nylander era here in Toronto. And right now their most consistent player is probably like John Tavares, who was like ancient at this point. So you really, well, Nylander and Matthews are good as well, but in terms of outside of those top two players, Tavares is the guy who has been most consistent. Matthew Knies has been good as well. And Bobby McMahon has been rumored to be traded all day because he's looking for an extension, looking for a 5.75 by $5 million deal or a 5.5. And I don't think the Toronto Maple Leafs want to give him that money because really he's only had one good goal scoring season, but he's a guy who's worked his way up from the ECHL level, from the Newfoundland Growlers, all the way through the Marlies, all the way to the Leafs, and now he's becoming a great talent in this league. He's a homegrown talent, so, you grew him from the ground up, so you could trade him and get back some stuff for that hard work of development for the development team, but you could also say, hey, this is a guy who has been loyal to us throughout his whole career. Why don't we just pay him and we'll deal with it later. So interesting to see how Toronto moves on. As we see here, like I said, from Luke Fox at Jukebox, they say there's never been more pressure than right now on Brad Treliving and his front office, and there's definitely no doubt about that. I mean, whether they're on like a 6-game losing streak right now, it's bleak times for Toronto Maple Leafs fans, and I really do feel for you guys because I was not expecting this season to go as it did, and I know a lot of you guys weren't either. If there's any of you Leafs fans in the chat right now or Leafs haters, let me know how your thoughts on the Leafs season have been. So when you lose a 100-point player, it's a big hit on your team, and we've seen how big it is here today with here this season with them just having a horrible year, and they're just trying to salvage that and make some moves in the offseason to hopefully come back next year and to compete again. But I do believe we have a trade to announce. Let's have a look here on Twitter if we can find it. I just seen it. Yep, the Minnesota Wild are closing in on Nick Foligno, which is interesting. And let's see. Let's have a look here if we can get the full details on this trade. The Foligno brothers unite. Nick Foligno is on his way from the Blackhawks to the Minnesota Wild. Not quite sure on what the package is right now, but right now it's the Foligno brothers reuniting in Minnesota. Minnesota is on a tear right now. They're making some trades. They go out, they get Bobby Brink, they go out, now they're getting Nick Foligno. They are really gearing up for this run right now. And it's just great to see, the Blackhawks give their captain an opportunity to go chase a cup with his brothers. It's just awesome to see that. No doubt about it. Let's have a look here. We're trying to find the details right now on this trade, but it is for certain that Nick Foligno is going to the Minnesota Wild. And Minnesota's been active. They acquired Jeff Petrie as well last night. They acquired Bobby Brink as we went live today. And now they are acquiring Nick Foligno from the Chicago Blackhawks. Let's just see if we can try to find the details for you guys right now for this trade. Very interesting. I love it. I love that the Foligno brothers are teaming up in the Wild organization. And here we see the Blackhawks have traded Nick Foligno to the Minnesota Wild for future considerations, apparently. So, yeah, that's interesting. We'll just bring it up for you guys here. Is Chris Johnston, his nice gesture from the Blackhawks with Nick Foligno, giving them the trade for just future considerations. So the Blackhawks not looking to get anything back for Nick Foligno at this year trade deadline. They are giving their captain the opportunity to chase a cup with his brother Marcus Foligno here in Minnesota. And here we are. We bring it up. We got it live here for you guys here now on NHL Digest. Chris Johnson, nice gesture from the Blackhawks with Nick Foligno. They give him the chance to play with his brother Marcus in Minnesota for future considerations. This is a guy who's going to come in the bottom six here and just, make some stuff happen. And probably a fourth line guy, maybe a third line guy for this Minnesota Wild team. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. All right, let's bring up his stats here on the season so far. Here we go. Nick Foligno to the Minnesota Wild here on NHL Digest. 11 points in 37 games for the captain, averaging 10 minutes time on ice this season. 3 goals, 8 assists, 2 power play points, and a +2 plus-minus for Nick Foligno. So this is a depth add for the Minnesota Wild. A huge trade for their bottom six. Minnesota has been active, the most active team in this trade deadline, and you love to see it. Here today on the trade deadline. I'm just looking up their lines right now, and we're just going to talk about where he will fit on this team right now. We're looking like he's going to slide in to the fourth line, maybe for Robbie Fabry, play on that fourth line with Nico Sturm and Michael McCarron, who they did add as well. Bobby Brink is going to play on that third line, right wing, with Danilo Urov and Jakob Trenin. Maybe we could see Foligno on that third line as well, with Bobby Brink and Danilo Urov. It'll be interesting to see how that goes as well today. So Minnesota, big players in today's trade deadline going out. They're really gearing up for this year's playoffs, and you just love to see that happening here on the trade deadline. You love to see a team go out and make a lot of trades, try to gear up for a run, and Minnesota has done so well with that this season. They go out, they get Quinn Hughes, they go out, they get Bobby Brink, they get Jeff Petrie, they get Nick Foligno, and there's probably more that I'm missing here this season that they have acquired. And I mean, they are really in Minnesota wanting this cup, and they are doing anything in their power to go out and do this. And like I said, Michael McCarron was a trade they actually made too. Michael McCarron, big 6'6" forward. So Minnesota, let's go. Any Minnesota fans down in the chat, let me know how you're feeling about this Nick Foligno trade to Minnesota for future considerations. A very classy move by this Chicago Blackhawks team to let Nick Foligno go and play in Minnesota with his brother. Not something we were expecting to see today. So hopefully this will help the Minnesota Wild in the playoffs. Obviously, Foligno had a great year. I believe it was when he was with Columbus, and they made that little run. So hopefully that he can do that again here now for the Minnesota Wild. Love to hear your guys' thoughts on this trade down below in the chat. I'm going to answer all your guys' questions down below in the chat, so make sure to say something down there. Say hello. Drop where you're watching from, who you want to be traded today. I love hearing from you guys down below in the chat. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. And we got a trade announced here with Nick Foligno heading to Minnesota for future considerations. Great moves all day from the Minnesota Wild. Really gearing up their team for the Stanley Cup with just adding bottom six guys that are going to be physical, are going to in a playoff series beat some teams up, with Michael McCarron, Nick Foligno, and Bobby Brink being added back down there in that third line is really going to add some added offense to this bottom six as well. Their defensive core is already really good in Minnesota with Brock Faber, Quinn Hughes, and the guys like that. But you see Marcus Foligno and Nick Foligno reunite here in Minnesota, and you just love to see that. I'm very happy for those guys. Obviously, right now, Marcus Foligno is injured. Not really sure the timeline on when his return is going to be, but it is. I'll look it up and we'll see if we can find it here for you guys right now. But it'll be nice to see those guys start to play together when we do see that. He'll probably be back for this year's playoffs, no doubt about it in my mind. Let's have a look here on Money Puck. We're going down to Minnesota. Marcus Foligno is expected to be back March 17th, still missing six games. So we will see him before the end of the season, and we'll see the Foligno brothers reunite, which is some fun stuff here on the trade deadline. Great stuff here. What are your guys' thoughts down below? Justin says, I need the Blues to trade Braden Shen or Justin Faulk. Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, Braden. I think the Blues are going to be very active on who they're trading today, and they haven't really made a big one yet, but, obviously Robert Thomas' name being floated out there. Justin Faulk has been floated for a long time here with being linked to so many teams that just need defense. So it would be nice to see the Blues start to make a trade here today. Just having a look on Twitter here for you guys now to see if there's any breaking news. And we see from Chris Johnson that Evgeny Malkin gets a hearing for his high slash on Rasmus Dahlin. If you guys didn't see that, that was nasty last night, where he just kind of took the stick and boom, bombed him right on the head, and then tried to drop the gloves and start fighting him. It was crazy, so I'm expecting him to get 5 games for that one. We'll hear about that one later tonight. I'm expecting 5. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but that's where I am right now. But yeah, Chicago Blackhawks trade Nick Foligno to the Wild for future considerations. And we see here maybe potentially the Penguins are working to trade Stuart Skinner. There's a lot of goaltenders. This is a goaltender market here today. We have some St. Louis Blues news for our guy Justin down below in the chat. So let's just bring it up here for you guys. Just getting a few things loaded up for everybody here today. Some St. Louis Blues news, and not to spoil it, it's some Colton Parayko news here on trade deadline. Here we go. Where are we at? Yeah, so Colton Parayko news. We see him now being linked to a new team. If I can figure it out for you guys here. We got... Hey, how's it going, Blue? Down in the chat. Appreciate you stopping by. I don't have the link right now, but it is linked to Colton Parayko being linked to the St. Louis Blues, or not St. Louis Blues. Colton Parayko being linked to the Boston Bruins from the St. Louis Blues. We're just trying to bring this up for you guys here now as we are working on this on the trade deadline day. Here we go. We got a tweet. Let's see if this is the right one. Oh, sorry guys, my camera shut off. I didn't realize. Here we go. A little bit of technical difficulties here on trade deadline, but hey, wouldn't it be a trade deadline without a technical difficulties here on the channel? But let's bring it up. You guys can see it here. Frank Seravalli to another team to pay the same price as Buffalo will put on the table. Frank Seravalli thinks Colton Parayko may be moved to the St. Louis Blues here today. It will be interesting to see. He would have to waive his no trade clause. You're right about that, Justin, in the chat. But he is open to being traded. He just did not want to go to Buffalo for some reason. So very interesting stuff here today on today's trade deadline. And hopefully I could be back on screen right now. Are we back? Are we back yet? No, we're not back yet. Technical difficulties. Here we are. How's it going, guys? My ugly mug back on the screen for you guys. So we see Colton Parayko is open to being traded to a different destination from Buffalo, and of course prefers to stay in St. Louis. That's where his family is. That's where his wife is from. And he just might actually reject the deal from Buffalo just to go to Boston. Yeah, you're right about that train down below in the chat. So we see links to, I'll actually tell you the source. If one team he's seen linked to Parayko recently is Buffalo, though they won't be alone. There's going to be a lot of teams in on Parayko, and Boston is one of those teams that potentially will be out, and they're looking to move Mason Lohrei as well. So maybe they'll move Mason Lohrei for Colton Parayko here. Maybe we'll see Mason Lohrei head to St. Louis back in this trade. Some very interesting stuff continues to come out here on this year's trade deadline. Boston has been interested in also Vincent Trocheck as well today. So they're looking to make a move today, and it might possibly be not Vinny Trocheck, Colton Parayko. If he can waive his no trade clause, we could see him potentially go to Boston Bruins today. So very interesting stuff here today on the trade deadline. And yeah, it's just exciting stuff. It's an exciting time to be a hockey fan right now. Yeah, trade deadline's always fun. We see a lot of links, and at the end of the day, we hope to see a lot of trades. So sorry about this. I'm just trying to put my extra camera battery on charge. So if that happens again, we have some video for you guys. Here we go. All right, we're back in the mix. It's live. It's live broadcast here today. So there's going to be some technical difficulties, but you guys are along for the ride. Appreciate you guys being here with me. I've never done a live stream this long before. We're going to be alive till probably about 5 o'clock Newfoundland time, is where I am. So whatever that is, Eastern. What's that? What's 4:30, 3 o'clock deadline, right? So or it was 4 o'clock deadline, so we'll be there live till 4. Is it 4 o'clock deadline is, or 3 o'clock deadline is in Eastern time? I'm not quite sure. Let me know down below in the chat. Time zones really screw with my head sometimes, but yeah, we might see Colton Parayko go to the Boston Bruins if we can see his trade declined as well. An outcome that's not all different than Tyler Myers with Detroit. Yeah, I definitely agree with Frank Cervelli on this one. It's definitely interesting to see him decline his trade to Buffalo, even though they're probably one of the hottest teams in the NHL, if not the hottest team in the NHL right now, just to go to Boston. So maybe he's looking at the city here, I bet where he wants to live or something like that. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to happen. But yeah, Nick Foligno, the Foligno brothers reunite in Chicago is the latest news here on the trade deadline. Obviously, we talked a lot about Logan Stanley, Luke Shen going to Buffalo. Anything you guys are hearing down below in the chat that you want to talk about? I'm definitely game to talk about it. Yeah, we got some more Toronto news here with Elliot Friedman saying that the Leafs aren't trading Matthews, Nylander, or Tavares, but heard Matthew Nye's name out there. But his opinion is if there's a massive offer they can't turn down, that's the only way I can see it happening. With it'd be crazy. If Matthew Nyes goes today and leaves Toronto, I think the uproar in the Toronto Maple Leafs fandom would just be absolutely crazy. So hopefully, I love chaos, but you don't want to trade Matthew Nyes if you are the Toronto Maple Leafs. Obviously, he's a big part of your future, and you don't want to give that up, in my opinion. So. We're looking here on Twitter just to see what we're what we're dealing with. What if there's any more rumors out there? Hopefully we can see. Another big name that's out there in this year's trade deadline is Patrik Laine. Hey, Patrik Laine is an interesting one for me because as a Montreal fan, when the Montreal Canadiens acquired him, I was very happy about it. I thought he was really going to revitalize his career here. I thought playing with some great playmakers, he was going to be a great goal scorer here. The day he got acquired by the Montreal Canadiens, I bought a Patrik Laine away jersey. So that's how big I was on him. And injuries just keep this guy out. And he just isn't the player that he once was, unfortunately. But, that's how it goes. And it sucks to see that. And hopefully we will see him traded to a team that could use him. I'm looking at maybe the LA Kings here. He does have a big deal, though, at 8.75 the last year of that deal for Patrik Laine. How's everybody doing out there in the chat? Let me know what you guys are thinking. What you guys are thinking about everything down below in the chat. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Matthew Knies here since we have some time, and I'm sure we have some Leafs fans down in the chat that do want to talk about this hypothetical of Matthew Knies being traded away from the Toronto Maple Leafs today. So let's just start this up for you guys here now. Got a few things thrown onto the screen, and we'll dive everything into Matthew Knies here now. And we're going to talk about all the trades as they break today. In-depth analysis on all the trades. Thanks to you guys for stopping by today. I was really debating on whether I should go live for this or not, if I should do a bunch of videos, and I decided to go live and chat with you guys in real time. I love hanging out with you guys in the live streams. One of my favorite things to do in my free time is just get on and talk about hockey. It's what I love. It's what we all love, and it's fun to have the conversations that we do have down below in the chat. So Matthew Knies, the Mug NHL puts up what Elliot Friedman was saying on Sportsnet. He said he hints that Matthew Knies is out there in trade talks. He mentioned it would take an offer they can't refuse. And if we're looking at Matthew Knies being traded out of Toronto, we are talking about a huge deal that I think will potentially involve Robert Thomas. I think if you're trading a big asset like Matthew Knies, you're getting a big asset back in a guy like Robert Thomas. And Robert Thomas could really revitalize the second line here in Toronto with his ability. And obviously you're losing a guy like Matthew Knies, who's a great player, but who knows? Matthew Knies is a great young player. Robert Thomas is a great young player as well. And if the deal is out there that you can get Robert Thomas in exchange for Matthew Knies and probably a pick or so, I think Brad Treliving and the Toronto Maple Leafs do it. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on that down below in the chat. I know a lot of Leafs fans love Matthew Knies. I'm a big fan of this player's game as well, but if he is traded for Robert Thomas, are you mad about it? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts about that down below in the chat. Also, we're just going to bring up some more Matthew Knies, his stats so far this season. As we wait for him to come up here. He has 60 games. In 60 games this season, he has 51 points, 16 goals, 35 assists. A great winger. Him and Matthews have a great connection. And, maybe trading him out would hurt Matthews' game a little bit. But, at this point in his career, Matthew Knies is what? He's 23 years old. He's 3 years younger than Robert Thomas, but he still has a lot of room to grow in this league, and I think he could really be a star in this league if he's not already. And I really hope that Matthew Knies doesn't get traded in the sake for all my friends who are Toronto Maple Leafs fans and who would be very upset about a trade like this. But, if you're bringing back an elite center, maybe you do it. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it down below in the comment section. Train says it better be if we had Merca and a first. Yeah, I agree with you there. Merca and a first for sure. And Matthew Knies, he's a great player, great young player. Interesting that his name is out there on the trade block today. I was not expecting to see that in our travels among this trade deadline, but we've seen crazier things happen here at the deadline. We've seen PK Subban traded for Shea Weber, and that was one of the trades that kind of stands out to me. The Kings have traded Corey Perry. Hold on, here we go. We got something cooking here from Pierre LeBrun. Another trade as the trade deadline goes on. We get a Corey Perry trade. The ageless wonder has been traded. Let's look it up. A big trade happening right now as we speak is Corey Perry. Let's bring up his stats too, and we'll start our little chat about Corey Perry. One of my when he was playing with the Montreal Canadiens in that run, that magical run that they had, where they came back from behind in the Leafs in the first round, made it all the way to the Stanley Cup Finals. This was one of my favorite players on this team. He went into the locker room and was like, we need a garbage goal, put his stick upside down the garbage can, and he's just a great locker room guy, is Corey Perry. So we see Corey Perry headed to the Tampa Bay Lightning for a second-round pick. So very interesting stuff here. A second-round pick for Corey Perry is interesting. I definitely think it warrants it. But if memory serves me correct, did Corey Perry play on Tampa before? He did. He played on Tampa Bay in the 21-22 to 22-23 season. So he's headed back to Tampa Bay, and wow, that's a shocker. I wasn't expecting Corey Perry to be sent to Tampa today, but we definitely love to see it. So Corey Perry headed to the Tampa Bay Lightning here today. Let's have a look at Corey Perry's stats so far this season for a second-round pick. Here we go. Corey Perry, 28 points in 50 games this season, 11 goals, 17 assists for Corey Perry. A great veteran add to this Tampa Bay Lightning team. At 40, you're seeing that correct, 40 years old for Corey Perry, heading from the Los Angeles Kings to the Tampa Bay Lightning, still looking to win his first Stanley. Corey Perry, he's loving it right now, being traded back to Tampa, back to the Florida era of Corey Perry. For 1 year, I believe, what did he go to the Stanley Cup Final, 3 or 4 years in a row? Absolutely insane work from Corey Perry, and he's always a great playoff player for whatever team he is a part of. So great to see Corey Perry moved on out of LA. Interesting move for me. Corey Perry, I thought, is a great playoff guy. I thought the Kings would have really liked to see him on their team, on their side, but obviously they're sending him back to Tampa for a second-round pick. I guess when you're getting a second-round pick in return, it's kind of hard to give that up. What are your guys' thoughts on this trade? Love to hear your guys' thoughts on it down below in the chat. Just trying to look at the Tampa Bay Lightning's lines right now and see what they would have to kind of give up for a guy like this, or where he would kind of fit in this lineup. Just having a look here now. The amount of people in the line. Yeah, right. Corey Perry won first cup with the Ducks in 2007. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I remember. He's trying to win another one. He's been trying to for years and years. But he went to the Stanley Cup Final 4 years in a row and lost every single time. So you got to feel bad for him at that point. So hopefully, he can go out, get this Stanley Cup this year and hopefully retire on a high note. Tampa Bay Lightning are looking like a good team so far this year, and hopefully, they can make some noise in the playoffs. And Corey Perry is a guy who is a playoff guy, right? He's going to be a guy who creates a lot of momentum every single time he's out there on the ice. He's get the guys fired up in the locker room, and that's just great to see, right? And that's just the type of player he is. That's the type of player Corey Perry has always been. So it's just great to see that, right? And Corey Perry is probably going to make some noise here on this fourth line, I would say. Maybe he might even make the third line, maybe taking over for maybe Zemgus Girgensons or Pontus Holmberg type of player. But great addition to the bottom six for this Tampa Bay Lightning team. A very interesting move that I was not expecting to see today. So yeah, Tampa's rolling right now. They're a great team. Goaltending obviously fantastic. Defense is great as well. With one of the best defensemen, a defensive defenseman in the league, with Victor Hedman. So probably the defense has probably been a little bit weaker than it has been in years past, but adding a key veteran like Corey Perry, he knows how to get to the Cup final, he knows how to play in the playoffs. It is a great add for any team, and I think it's a fantastic add for this Tampa Bay Lightning team. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on it down below in the comment section. Now, what are you guys thinking about it? Here we go. Vinny says Penguins do better do something at center with Malkin suspended and Sydney out till the playoffs. Won't even make the playoffs if they don't get a center. Yeah. I agree, Vinny. I think it's a tough time for the Penguins. They've they've always kind of been the the retirement home the last couple of years. I've been calling them with Carlson and Sidney Crosby and Letang and Malkin. They just got a lot of aging players. So when you have a lot of aging players, you are going to have a lot of guys who are going to be injured all the time. That's just the way it is. When your body gets older, your body breaks down a little bit more, and that's just the way it is. And unfortunately, the dice has been rolled in the wrong way for the Pittsburgh Penguins that were hoping to get back to the Stanley Cup playoffs so that Crosby could have another shot at trying to win a Stanley Cup, and it doesn't really feel the same without Crosby in the playoffs in my mind. So hopefully they do out and go make a move for you today, Vinny. I really hope that does happen for you. But interesting trade today with Corey Perry heading to back to Tampa. So second round pick too, like for a 40-year-old, is that a little bit of an overpay? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on that down below. Do you think a second round pick is an overpay for Corey Perry? I don't know, man. We've seen Nick Foligno go for future considerations, but obviously Perry's been putting up better numbers, but it seems like a second round pick might be a little bit more than what he should be with Corey Perry. So maybe they might make it back. This might be the piece that they need to win the Stanley Cup again. But I like Corey Perry. I think he's a fantastic player. He's a fantastic leader as well, and I think it's going to be a good move for them as well. But we do have some more Montreal Canadiens news here today, as we hear from Pierre LeBrun, another Montreal linkage here. We're going to talk some more Montreal here because that's the news we're seeing in the feed today. We see that AJ Greer has been linked to the Montreal Canadiens, and here we go. Let's bring it up here. Montreal Canadiens have been linked to AJ Greer of the Florida Panthers. Interesting stuff here. Obviously, we just seen Corey Perry go for a second overall pick, which kind of confirms that it is a seller's market. Not a lot of people up for trade this year, and the trades that we've seen so far, a lot of people are going to be looking for more than they can anticipate, right? So when you don't have a lot of players available, the price is only going to be go up, and we've seen that when Jason Dickinson got traded at 50% retained for a first round pick. I was kind of like, okay, there's not going to be a lot of big trades because there are going to be a lot of people are going to be looking for a lot more than what the players are worth right now, and we're obviously seeing that so far. But we got to load it up here that quick. The Edmonton Oilers and the Montreal Canadiens are linked to AJ Greer per Pierre LeBrun. Darius, down below in the comment section, appreciate you. Corey Perry to Tampa for a second round pick is an absolute fleece for the LA Kings, and I think that's the only reason they traded him to Tampa. Or is because they were getting a second round pick back for them, and I think it's a great trade for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Obviously, being a former player, he's going to really impact their playoff run for sure. But we're seeing from Pierre LeBrun right now, AJ Greer being linked to the Edmonton Oilers and the Montreal Canadiens. So very interesting stuff. I like AJ Greer from what I've seen from him in Florida in the playoffs. He's a very fast fourth line guy, and he's not afraid to lay the body, and I think he's a perfect player to add to any of these teams that are going to be looking to make the playoffs, which is great as well. I want to look at his stats so far this season. He does have 22 points in 61 games. Like I said, he's only getting 9 minutes of ice time a night because he's playing that fourth line, and I think he's a great acquisition for the Edmonton Oilers and the Montreal Canadiens for this bottom six. He's a fast guy who can score goals with his speed. He's also a guy who's not afraid to finish a check as well. He has 78 shots on the year, 92 penalty minutes for AJ Greer. there as well. This is a player who I've been very impressed with when watching the Florida Panthers and their cup runs the last couple of years. I think he's been a key guy to this at 29 years old as well. Still has a good couple of years left in him. I think you can get this guy for what, maybe like a third round pick in this market. So I think if Montreal feels like this is the right fit for their bottom six, I think they do go out and make this trade. A left winger that can really make some noise in terms of his physical play and can get on the stat sheet as well. Obviously, Edmonton's going to be looking at this as well, but I think Montreal, they haven't really made a move yet. They're going to need to make a move very soon, in my opinion. So maybe they stay quiet, maybe they don't, but I like AJ Greer, and I'm just looking at this Montreal lineup right now. He's a guy who can fit on this fourth line, maybe be an extra forward for this team. Maybe Montreal's looking to move out some of their older talent. I know their fourth line right now is like Anderson, Deneau, Gallagher, so I don't really know if you want to kick any of these guys off the fourth line, but it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And maybe he does fit better in Edmonton in terms of getting into this lineup right away. Edmonton's, they've been making some moves, and they're going to want a guy like this in their team as well. I think when a fast, physical guy becomes available and you're trying to win in the playoffs, he's a guy who can come in and play well. And looking at the Edmonton Oilers' third line right now is like Josh Szymanski and Vasily Podkolzin as their bottom two left wingers. So I think maybe AJ Greer comes in and fits better into Edmonton's lineup than it does Montreal's. But I do think it would be a great move to make if you are the Montreal Canadiens. So another thing to look at today is AJ Greer potentially being on the move to either a Canadian team in Edmonton or the Montreal Canadiens. We're going to hop back on Twitter and see what else we can find here to talk about with you guys. How's everybody feeling down below in the chat? What are some trades you're seeing online that we should talk about? What are some things you wish happened today? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it down below in the chat. Fun time being on here with you guys. Dave Pagnota says all indications are the Minnesota Wild are out of the Vinny Trocheck sweepstakes. So the focus is shifting elsewhere for the Rangers here at trade deadline. So interesting. What's your ranking for Minnesota? You mean Voidable? You mean just on how they have been in this trade deadline and the moves they've made? I think the moves they've made so far this trade deadline, I'd give them an A. I'm definitely giving them an A. Or, if we're doing it in number terms, I think I'll give them a 9 out of 10 on this trade deadline. I think Minnesota has really, really made some great trades to gear them up towards a playoffs. Like getting guys like Michael McCarron, like Nick Foligno, like who else? What was the other forward they added to? Bobby Brink. I think these guys are, and they added Jeff Petrie as well. I mean, they've just added great role guys that aren't big names that are going to jump off the page at you, but these are guys that are going to fill into these roles and are going to help your team be successful. When you have a veteran like Nick Foligno on your fourth line, I mean, that just shows how deep your roster is. And I think that Bobby Brink adds a lot of added offense that they do need in that bottom six. And as well as Michael McCarron, he's a big guy who finishes his checks. He's good at winning board battles. This fourth line is going to be lethal. Like, they're going to be a physical team, a physical bottom four that can score goals. And I think when we start to see this, when all these guys finally get to Minnesota and we start to see them play some games, we're going to look at this team a little bit differently. We're going to say, hey, wow, this team is absolutely terrifying to watch. Not just because of how good their top offense is with Kaprizov and Quinn Hughes, but when we see it start to flow throughout the lineup, they're really going to start to look like a Stanley Cup winning team. So I'm all in on the Minnesota Wild right now, and I really do think, in my eyes, they are the favorite to win the Stanley Cup this year. That might be a hot take, but that's just how I feel about it. So that kind of sucks. Well, that doesn't really suck because I'm a Montreal fan, but I'd like to see Minnesota win one. I really would. I really want to see Minnesota win one. And I think this year is probably their best year to do it. So if they don't do it this year, they might not do it ever. Let's have a look. We're just looking. Oh, we see here Simon Nemec switched agents yesterday, so that's interesting. Maybe he'll be on the move today. I was thinking about him maybe to the Sharks, which would be interesting as well. Okay, so we see here Friedman says that the trade ripple affected into the locker room as no one saw coming. He said, "I think they really shocked the players yesterday. That just came out of nowhere." Voidable says, "I fully agree. I think we have one more trade for a top center. Be interesting to see if they're in on Robert Thomas because." If you're trading for Robert Thomas, if you are the Minnesota Wild, you need to get rid of Danilo Urov back in this trade. And do you want to give up Danilo Urov? I wouldn't. I think he's a great prospect. So I don't know if they had the assets to make that one work, but they definitely could go out, maybe get a Vinny Trocheck type of player. I think he would be a one that is acquirable for this Minnesota Wild team. So hopefully that will happen. I'm just going to take a look at the trade board, look at some more centers that are available. Shane Wright, 22 years old, doesn't really fit the mold of this Minnesota Wild team, but obviously Kadri is out there as well. Kadri could be a guy that's obtainable for the Minnesota Wild. I think he still has a few years left in his deal, and I think you can, towards the end of this deadline, as we get closer to the deadline about 2.5 hours from now, teams are going to start to panic and start to try to get the guys that they're looking for, and I think Minnesota could be in on one of these guys, maybe a Braden Shen type of player from St. Louis as well. Not as quite as a big name as Kadri, but he definitely will help this team out going into the playoffs. But right now, Minnesota having a fantastic trade deadline, the best trade deadline by far. See, Voidable says, I couldn't get rid of Urov. Him and Tarasenko has made a really good third line. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Urov is a fantastic player. I think he's going to be a fantastic player in this league for years to come. And I think that, getting rid of him right now will just hurt you in the future. You're really just giving in to the win now mode if you are doing that sort of move. But we're just looking for some more stuff here to bring up. The Washington Capitals locker room is in a down mood following the trade of Nick Dowd, so I can only imagine what the mood in the locker room is now after the trade of John Carlson. Ovi not very happy with that one, so interesting to see that. Here we go. Let's keep looking here now. Obviously, we talked about AJ Greer, the possibility of that. We see Bobby McMahon wanting $5 million plus for his extension. Will he be traded today? What are your guys' thoughts on that down below in the comment section as well? Just having a look here, scrolling through Twitter to see what's up and see what we can talk about. If there's anything that you guys are seeing or anything you guys want to talk about, let me know down below in the chat. Love chatting with you guys. Love actually being able to chat with you guys one-on-one, live and not just in the comment section, liking your guys' comments, reading them, and then talking about them in more future videos. But actually now being able to talk about them live in the chat is really fun. We see teams are still trying on Rasmus Ristolainen going into the last 2.5 hours of this trade deadline. Not really seeing much new news right now. Nothing quite yet. Obviously, we see in the future considerations trade for Nick Foligno. Let's just we're not seeing much on Twitter. Let's talk about the draft board a little bit. Or the trade board a little bit, because I was going through a few of those names on the board for you guys there just a little while ago. I'm actually going to go full screen for you guys so you can read it yourself, so it's a little bit bigger. We see Vinny Trocheck, Kadri, Robert Thomas, guys we've talked a lot about here today already on this trade board. We see Ristolainen, we talked about that as well. He's been linked to the San Jose Sharks. He's been linked to a lot here today. Bobby McMahon looking for that $5 million extension. Will it happen in Toronto? Maybe not. Maybe he'll get moved out. Justin Faulk, our guy down below in the chat, was talking about Justin Faulk, and he'd like to see him trade today. OEL, a guy we haven't talked about yet today. Maybe let's talk about OEL. I think OEL has been having a great season here for the Toronto Maple Leafs, and is definitely probably their top trade asset besides Matthew Nyes and those guys going into today's trade deadline. And he's been linked to a lot of teams. I've seen Detroit is one option as well. I think a lot of these playoff teams that need a defenseman are going to be looking at OEL to do so. I'm just bringing this up for you guys now. I wish you guys could see my screen right now. The amount of player stat cards I have in my setup is crazy. But Oliver Ekman-Larsson is 61 games, 31 points, so 35 points so far for the Leafs this season. 8 goals, 27 assists. Obviously a great defenseman. I think if OEL gets moved out, we're going to see a first-round pick come back in Toronto's way, and I think that would just give them 2 first-round picks after the Nick Waugh trade, and it'll be interesting to see if any team does bite on this and does give up that pick for OEL. Obviously, like I said, a great two-way defenseman, more so leans offensive, got a big shot, could really impact any of these teams, and in this market, I think a first-round pick wouldn't shock me, could potentially be a second, at 34 years old as well. He's having a great year, and I think any playoff team that needs to add to their blue line could be in on this guy. Potentially, maybe we'll see Detroit in on him. Buffalo won't be in anymore. I think maybe Tampa could be in on him as well. There's a lot of teams going to be calling about OEL, and I think Toronto fans would like to see him moved by the end of the deadline today. We're going to jump back to that table here now and just talk about a few more names that are down here. Zach Whitecloud, who got traded earlier this season. Scott Laughton down on this list as well. A lot of Toronto Maple Leafs here on this list. Elias Pettersson from Vancouver, looking to get a lot for him in return in my opinion. So it will be interesting. Patrick Laine is on the list. Jordan Binnington has been linked to the Oilers, has been linked to the Montreal Canadiens. This is a guy who we could see moved as well. Ryan O'Reilly, Steven Stamkos, Jesperi Kotkaniemi, big center names that have been linked to Shane Wright as well, a big young center that I think maybe a younger team like maybe the Anaheim Ducks could be after. They're looking for to add a forward, and I think maybe that could be a guy they go after. We're going to go down further into this draft board here now in the lower names. We see Mason Lohrei. I talked a little bit about him earlier. Trevor Van Riemsdyk down in this bottom of the list as well. David Kampf, Brandon Carlo, Jordan Kyrou. His name has been floated around so much here today, and with links to pretty much every team at this point. So hopefully we'll see him go by the end of the day. Jonathan Marcia show, Mario Ferraro, Braden Schneider is a guy I wanted to see the San Jose Sharks trade for. There are still a lot to talk about and still a lot of moves to hopefully happen here today on this year's trade deadline. We're just going to cruise through Twitter, see if we see any more trades happening at this point. Kevin Weeks reports that the LA Kings and Anaheim Ducks are teams that Colton Parayko is open to joining. So potentially we could see a team like LA go out and get Colton Parayko. Interesting that he declined his option to Buffalo, who's having a great season, but's willing to go to Anaheim or LA. Maybe it's just like the area of where he wants to live. I think that might be why he declined it. I don't think he wants to move to cold Buffalo. He just wants to, chill out by the beach. But he is living in St. Louis right now. But that's where his family's from. That's where his wife's family's from. So it makes sense, right? You don't want to do anything. You don't do anything else you don't want to mess up your family life if you don't want to go to that team, right? So it makes sense for him to decline it, but I think it was a good team, but they got their guys. They got Shen and Stanley, and I think that might turn out to be a better trade for them. Interesting, though, that he declined it. But we're looking here. Minnesota's probably done for the day now, I'd probably imagine. They're out on Vinny Trocheck after making 3 bottom 6 role player trades. But, who knows? We could see it. Let's see if we'll see if Elias Pettersson does get traded today as well. What are you guys seeing down below? What are you guys seeing today? What do you guys think is going to happen today? Let me know down below in the chat. I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on everything trade deadline related. Even if it's not trade deadline related, I'd love to hear some questions potentially that you guys have, or just let me know down below in the chat. Love hearing from you guys down below there. Just looking on Twitter here for some new stuff to talk about. see if Friedman has tweeted out anything. He said, Kraken captain Jordan Eberle is signing a 2-year extension in Seattle. Interesting. Hey, Jordan Eberle re-signing in Seattle. That's something to talk about. It literally just happened 9 seconds ago. Good call on opening up Friedman's Twitter. Hey, it's always a good call. But, yeah, we got another extension. We talked about an Nedeljkovic extension earlier. We're going to talk about a Jordan Eberle extension right now on the channel. Here we go. Not a trade, but it is something that has happened here in this year's trade deadline. So let's see what happens. An extension has happened for Jordan Eberle. He is going to stay with the Seattle Kraken. I believe he's been there ever since they had the expansion draft. You can correct me if I'm wrong down below in the chat, but I believe he was their guy then. Yeah, it's interesting that we got him. They got him back. Let's see, Jordan Eberle. Jordan Eberle. Here he is. All right. Let's get into it. Jordan Eberle signs an extension with the Seattle Kraken. Here from Elliot Friedman saying the Kraken captain has signed a 2-year, $5.5 million extension in Seattle. I think it's a great signing. Obviously, captain, he's a great leader of this team. Definitely worth that money. With the cap going up, it's going to look like a really good contract. You want to sign your captain back. And Seattle is going to be looking to compete this year and into the future years as well. They've been rumored to make a lot of trades today as well. They go out and they lock up their captain, Jordan Eberle, as their first move of the day. 42 points in 59 games for Jordan Eberle, still having a fantastic season at 35 years old. 22 goals, 20 assists. This contract will bring him till he's 37 years old. So great to see that. Jordan Eberle, great leader, great player, and it's great to see him signed for 2 more years with Seattle, with his team. 130 shots, 15 power play points for him so far this season as well. He's just been an exceptional offensive talent there, who can also, shut it down on the defensive side of things as well. Great veteran that they will need here now when they're starting to get into the playoffs and do stuff like that. So Jordan Eberle signs a 2-year, $5.5 million contract. Is having a good year. Everything in the green percentile per Digest Media. Ranks 75 for power play points, ranks 55th in terms of shooting percentage across the entire league, and ranks 53rd in terms of goals across the entire league. So great signing for the Seattle Kraken, re-upping their captain for 2 more years. A guy who's been providing them a lot of offense over the years since being drafted in that expansion draft. So 2 more years of Jordan Eberle in Seattle. You love to see it. So there we go. Another breaking news from Elliot Friedman here today on Twitter is we're seeing Eberle sign an extension, which is great to see. And here we go back to Twitter to look at some more trade rumors. Canucks Digest, welcome into the chat. They say today would be a great day to trade Evander Kane. You're definitely not wrong there. We'd love to see Evander Kane moved here today. If you are the Vancouver Canucks, it's a seller's market. You're probably going to get a lot for Evander Kane in today's market. Don't know who will be in on him. I mean, you probably know more about it down there, Canucks Digest, but there's definitely a lot of teams that could use him in their bottom 6 for sure. Jay Woy says Pens do need a center right now. Next few games are important so they don't slip out. All the work would be for nothing, and if they don't get someone over the next few games to help. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Pittsburgh right now, they're on the brink of getting into the playoffs or not. So hopefully we can see them go out, make a move today to try to increase their chances of making it into the playoffs as well. So hopefully we do see that today, because obviously now with Malkin probably being suspended for a couple of days and Crosby being out, hopefully we can see something for you Pens fans down below in the chat. And Canucks Digest said he's apparently the plan D in quotation marks for teams if they miss out on who they want. So Vander Kane might be a guy we see traded closer to that deadline later today. If their teams are frantically panicking for someone down below in their bottom six, we will see Vander Kane be traded here today. So hopefully we do see that for you guys on Canucks Digest. A good challenge, you Canucks fans in the chat. Make sure to go down below and subscribe to Canucks Digest. They're a great channel. We got some great coverage on the Vancouver Canucks over there, so we'll give them a little bit of a shout out here. Hey, great to see that. But we're talking trade deadline. There's a lot of stuff. We just seen Jordan Eberle extension break here on the channel. Great extension for the Seattle Kraken. Just looking on Twitter here now to see if we see anything else. We see AJ Greer is out of tonight's roster. We talked about him being linked to the Oilers, to the Montreal Canadiens. We could see him traded before the end of today. And they do have Sergei Bobrovsky listed as a backup goaltender for tonight's roster. Hasn't been held out of the lineup, so maybe we won't see a Bobrovsky trade here today. That sucks. I'd like to see Bob get back into the playoffs with another team. There's a lot of teams looking for goaltenders right now. I think the Oilers will be a great fit for him as well. Just keep looking. They see Elliot Friedman says he believes the Utah was the best match for Robert Thomas so far. They have been back at the ask. It's Detroit is believed to be in there too. So it looks like Robert Thomas has been linked to Utah and Detroit. Utah has a lot of great prospects like Tijay Ginla, Caleb Desharnais, who they drafted last year's draft. So they have a good future in their system, and these are great assets that they could use to trade for a guy like Robert Thomas. Utah's looking to make some noise here, obviously with the new name and the logo and all that. They're looking to make some noise. So hopefully he would be a great addition to this team. I mean, playing with guys like Clayton Keller and stuff like this, it would be a team that I wasn't suspecting to be in on him, but it would be cool. He's 26 years old, still has a lot of years left on his deal, Robert Thomas does. So this is going to be very valuable to a lot of teams who are going to be out there today looking to improve their center in positions at center, and Utah being one of those teams as well. We see Jonathan Marchessault and Erik Haula are not skating for the Preds today at practice. Could there be something in the works here for Jonathan Marchessault and Erik Haula? Wouldn't it be something if Vegas pulls off a trade to get Jonathan Marchessault back in Vegas? I'd love to see that. That year in the playoffs where they won the cup, he was just phenomenal that season. And the Preds looked like they had a good team on paper there for a couple of years, but just couldn't get something going. So hopefully we get to see something happen there as well. Obviously, the biggest trade of the day being John Carlson to the Anaheim Ducks in the wee hours of the morning. Great to see that as well. Will we see Jordan Kyrou in San Jose or with the New York Islanders by the end of the day? I really hope so, because Jordan Kyrou is probably the guy they want to trade the most in St. Louis. So I think they will give in on a package for him a little later in this trade deadline. We're almost about 2 hours away from the deadline now. So hopefully we will see a Jordan Kyrou trade to San Jose or the Islanders. I think the Islanders will be a good fit for him. Obviously, now with having a good season, Bo Horvat, Anders Lee, a lot of these guys having great seasons, and like the offense on their top line is disgusting, and they kind of need some offense down throughout their lineup. And Jordan Kyrou does give that ability to them to do here now later on, going into the latter half of this season. All right, we're back on Twitter. Voice is starting to go here, boys. We've been live for like an hour and a half, and I've just been chatting here for like an hour and a half about different scenarios that could happen today. It's a lot of fun. Probably going to wake up with no voice tomorrow. Planning on doing another live stream tomorrow over on Sharks Digest. If you guys aren't subscribed, we're watching Matthew Schaefer and Macklin Celebrini tomorrow night. The battle of the first overall picks, the battle of the Canadian boys. So if you want to watch that, go subscribe subscribe to Sharks Digest here on YouTube. We're going to be live over there tomorrow night watching that game as well. Or maybe tomorrow evening for some of you guys watching on the West Coast. Hey, we're at this point in the stream right now. We're just kind of waiting for something to happen. Where are you guys watching from? I'd love to hear where you're tuning in. I'm here streaming from the Rock here in Newfoundland, Canada. I don't know if you if you guys know what where that is or whatever. But it'd be interesting to see you guys or talk to you guys and see where you guys are tuning in from today. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out something with the Canucks Digest here. We might have a little link up here in a second for you guys to talk a little bit about the Canucks. Yeah, Ned signs an extension as well. Jordan Eberle signs an extension. 2 extensions done today. And that's it. Yeah, so some fun stuff already happening today. While we've been live, we see Bobby Brink be traded. We see Corey Perry be traded for a second. There's always some great things to do so far. So we're hearing right now from Merles, obviously a guy from Spit and Chicklets area of things. He's saying that the streets are starting to talk, and he's hearing Lawton to the Kraken and McMahon to the Oilers. That's so interesting. That is interesting. Lawton to the Kraken and McMahon to the Oilers. If that does happen, that's interesting. I think McMahon does fit well in the Oilers, and I think I can already picture him in an Oilers jersey. Be interesting to see what the Leafs do get back for both of these trades. Obviously, they traded Nick Waugh for a first overall draft pick, so hopefully we can see them get some good value for these guys. I think a lot of Leafs fans would wouldn't like to see Bobby McMahon go, but maybe I think they would be fine with Scott Lawton being moved out here today. So interesting stuff to happen here today. Yeah, fun times here on the stream. Fun times on the streams today. Just trying to figure something out here. Okay, I think we figured it out. Okay, we figured it out. We're trying to get a little collaboration going here midstream. So if you guys just want to talk, if you want to say something in the chat, let me know down below. I'm gonna try to get something going here, so we can get one of our Digest media analysts in here, talk about what Vancouver is going to do here on today's trade deadline. Let's see if we can get, see what we can get going here. All right, sorry for the delay here, but we're doing stuff on the fly here. I don't know what's going on. I think my screen's glitching out there for a minute, but here we are on trade deadline. Live, a lot of stuff happening around the Canucks. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of trades need to be happening around Canucks. Elias Pettersson's name's been floating out there, and here we see Mark. He's on the live stream. How's it going? We gotta fix the camera, but here we are.
Can you hear me?
Let's see here. 1 second. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, so it's Mark's face on the stream right now. we're gonna see how he's doing. How's it going, Mark?
Not too bad.
I'm trying to look at the stream to see if it looks all right. Okay, Mark's gonna talk for a little bit, and yeah, what are we hearing around the Canucks today?
I mean, with the Canucks, it's getting super interesting. I mean, they've made a couple moves already. We've seen, of course, Tyler Myers traded to Dallas, which was a bit of a shock for that locker room. A guy that's not only a big part or was a big part of that organization, but also a guy that was a full-time resident of BC, a guy that, of course, stepped up in that organization, was a big leader within the room. Moving him out, you got some draft capital, a second and a third was awesome. But then there's a lot of more stuff happening. Of course, Evander Kane's a name that a lot of Canucks fans, of course, are looking at in the sense of, hey, we need to get rid of this guy. There's a lot of talks, but from reports just looking through Twitter, a lot of insiders at this point are saying that Evander Kane is a plan D for a lot of teams. We're looking at this guy. Teams are looking at bigger names and they want to go out. They want to acquire someone else. Corey Perry went for a second round pick to Tampa, was probably on their top of the list. So it does feel like Evander Kane at some point is going to be moved on from the Vancouver Canucks. It's just willing of who wants him. But I mean, even looking at the roster, there's a lot of names that the Canucks need to move on from. I know I'm talking a lot about the Canucks, but I'm on Canucks Digest as well. But looking at it right now, Brock Besser is a name that a lot of people are kind of looking at, maybe a piece that might go out. We know he has the no move clause. He signed the extension. He loves the city. He wants to stay there. But even guys like Teddy Bluger, a name 1.8 million against the cap is very interesting. Of course, was injured for a decent part of this year, but the Canucks are looking to fetch at least a second, or it seems like they'll keep a guy like that. David Kampf, center, fourth liner, might hit the market. But I mean, Casey, I mean, looking at the Canucks, they're finally leaning into a rebuild. It sucks. The team's terrible. They haven't won a game, and it feels like months, though they did win a couple of days ago. But this is a team that I think at the end of the day, you're looking at every available option, and it wouldn't shock me at this point if they kind of just blow it up and move out a lot of more veterans than expected at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like a lot of teams are in that mindset. I think, especially when it comes to like Nashville, like they're kind of in kind of same sort of situation where Nashville just kind of wants to blow it up and just get what they can, where it is a seller's market. And it seems like that's where the Canucks are at right now. I mean, trading Quinn Hughes was a shock to a lot of people at the beginning of this season. So with him gone, it kind of opens the doors for everybody to go now. And it just kind of seems like that's the way Vancouver is trending at this point.
And I mean, to pivot to another thing, there's a report coming out from Peg Noda as well saying Calgary and Montreal are possibly talking a Nazem Kadri trade that could include Patrick Laine. I mean, listen, Nazem Kadri is that guy you want to get on a team. If you're looking when he played on the Leafs, of course, the playoffs, players and people probably looked at this and say, hey, avoid this guy. He's going to get suspended. But the big thing is Stanley Cup winner, someone that's taken a big role with Calgary, of course. They're taking that scorch rebuild kind of stance at the point. Casey, I don't know if you feel different, but I feel like Nazem Kadri, of course, a big cap hit. It's going to cost a decent chunk to get him in. I think that fits so well within that Montreal team.
Yeah, I think Kadri is the perfect second line center for this team. I think, obviously they've been in on Robert Thomas, but they're gonna have to give up a lot to get him, right? Like they're gonna have to give up a couple of first, potentially Michael Hage, who's a highly touted prospect for them. So I think that price range is a little bit out there of what Kent Hughes wants to spend. So going out and getting a guy like Kadri, who will be a little bit more feasible as this trade deadline does keep going closer and closer to it closing, I think we will see Montreal make a trade. There was reports earlier today talking about how they might not make anything. They might not make any trades at all, but I think if the right deal comes across the plate of Kent Hughes to increase their center depth, he's definitely going to make it.
And I think the big thing too with Montreal, I mean, just looking at as an outsider, it feels like one of those teams. Yes, you're in a good position. You're in a not even a wild card spot. You're just in a playing spot, making a push into the playoffs. You have a young core. Nick Suzuki, still very young. Slavkovsky, coming off one of the best performances at the Olympics we've seen in quite some time. You picked up Noah Dobson. You have Caden Gooley. I'm just looking at a list here of these team. It feels like the perfect sense of if you can add, like you said, without moving out Hage, a big name like that, something that stunts the development of the future of this team. I think you just can do it. And if not, I mean, listen, Montreal fans want to add, you want to get a big name to join this team, but I think you're in a really good spot for not only this year, but for the next couple of years. Looking at the draft picks, you have draft picks in every single round from 1 to 4 for the next 4 seasons, including the extra fourth in the New Jersey. But if they don't make a big splash, I know talking to Josh on Habs Digest, they've been looking at a right-handed defenseman. Ristolainen's name's very interesting, but I think Montreal's kind of content at sitting. But like you said, if there's an offer there, I think you got to take it just to kind of reward this group.
Yeah, definitely. And Montreal is going to be looking for they're going to be looking for a guy that fits in their top six. I don't think they're making a bottom six trade at this point. I know they've been linked to AJ Greer. We talked about a little bit that earlier in the live stream, but it's either going to be a big center ad or it's going to be a goaltender ad. What do you think about the Montreal Canadiens potentially going out and trading for Jordan Binnington? Because I think that's been bounced around a lot today about them making a big splash either with Bobrovsky, which I don't think is going to happen, or Jordan Binnington.
I mean, looking at St. Louis, there's so many reports. We've seen that Colton Parayko was reportedly gone to Buffalo. There wasn't enough palm trees, so of course he vetoed that. He's staying with St. Louis. And the reports are he doesn't plan on waiving that no trade clause. But I mean, going into, of course, Jordan Binnington, it's a bit of a split. You're seeing some insiders say a 60-40 chance of him being moved. Others are saying 50-50. We know his value is probably at the highest it'll be for quite some time now. I mean, looking at the season alone in the NHL, it hasn't been the best. But looking at what he's done in the past calendar year, pushing a Game 7 versus the Winnipeg Jets, the President Trophy winner just last season, you look at him going to the Four Nations, coming home with the gold trophy, whatever that was, going to Olympics, and of course dropping in an overtime loss to the hottest goaltender at the time in Connor Hellebuck. But I think Jordan Binnington's really interesting. 2 years left, $6 million AAV each season, of course. Most of that's already off the books this season. But Casey, it's going to get interesting. St. Louis is that team that we know Doug Armstrong's kind of dangling everyone. You see Faulk, Robert Thomas, Jordan Kyrou. Of course, the prices are high on these guys, but I think there's a lot of friction happening there. And I see in the comments right now, someone says Yzerman out. That is another topic where I think looking at a lot of the Detroit guys we know, they're looking to add. We've seen Lucas Raymond speak out just hours ago about wanting to add. Larkin called out Yzerman just last year at the trade deadline, and I think it's going to get interesting where they're linked to guys like Kyrou, Thomas, Justin Faulk. They're linked to Stanley, Tyler Myers, but they haven't really done anything other than picking up, of course, an aging David Braun, who was awesome for that team and a good add for that depth. But I think it's going to come down to the couple hours now where we're going to see a lot of friction on these guys. I expect a lot of the bigger names to kind of be dangled and maybe moved in the offseason. But at this point, a lot of guys are talking. The Nazem Kadri starting to heat up. We're seeing a lot of those Nashville guys. Of course, the Leafs are going to start selling at some point. I mean, they seem like they want to move out a lot of their guys. I don't know, but it seems like a lot is happening at this point, and something's bound to give at some point.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Like, with St. Louis, like, they've have a lot of people to trade today, and not one of them has been traded yet. Parayko could have been traded, but obviously waived that clause and didn't want to go to Buffalo. So it's going to be interesting to see how they work out today and see if they do get a trade done. I think they will get one done. I think it'll either be one of those lower guys like a Braden Shen. I think they will get Kyrou moved by the end of today. I just think they really want him gone and really want to get something back for him. But man, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it, man.
No worries at all. And hopefully this deadline continues to pick up because we've seen a lot of trades, but I think it's going to get a little more hectic later on.
Yeah, definitely. We're going into the last 2 hours now. The deadline is going to be fun, and hopefully we'll see a Kadri move to Montreal because Habs fans would love to see that.
All right, take care.
Yeah, have a good one, man. There we go. Mark Pye from Canucks Digest. If you got any Canucks fans in the chat, make sure down below, check Mark out. He's great. They could do great work over there on Canucks Digest, and really appreciate him coming on today to talk about everything from the side of the Vancouver Canucks, which, is a West Coast team that, it doesn't really get a lot of love on the East Coast, but Mark's a big fan of that team, and really appreciate him stopping by to talk about the trade deadline today. Just trying to get everything all sorted out here again, get the camera situation sorted. I was trying to figure it out on the fly. Sorry if it glitched out a little bit, but we're figuring out, it's a fun day. We're here. It's trade deadline. It's everybody's favorite day as a hockey fan. Definitely my favorite day as a hockey fan. And we're seeing a lot of stuff come out today. Mark giving me a little bit of a break to get some water because my voice was starting to go. So really appreciate that from him. So for that, make sure to go subscribe to his channel as well. Appreciate that from Mark. But yeah, we still have a lot of stuff to talk about today. We just talked about Kadri and Montreal. Trade talks are heating up, which is great to see. What are you guys seeing down in the chat? What do you guys want to happen today in this trade deadline? Love to hear your guys' thoughts on everything down below in the chat today. Sorry if the live has been a little bit glitchy at times. Still trying to figure it out. And Justin comes back in the chat and he says, if Parayko got moved, I think Logan Mailloux would step up. Yeah, I mean, as a Montreal fan, I know a lot about Logan Mailloux, and I really liked him when he was a prospect for our team. And I think that he has a lot of potential in him. And like you said, if you get him more minutes, he's only going to get more experience and only become a better player in today's league. So I definitely agree with you, Justin. I think Parayko needs to be moved, and unfortunately, he's a guy who bleeds the blue and yellow for St. Louis, but it seems like he might be on his way out, right? So interesting, right? It's interesting stuff. We're seeing a lot of stuff about this Montreal and Kadri stuff. It's starting to pick up here on Twitter. We're talking about potentially a Kadri for line A. Well, not 1-for-1, but line A being included in the package, which would also include Zach Whitecloud. This is very, very interesting. Let's just, I'm gonna get it up on the screen for you guys because this is an interesting topic, probably one of the best topics of the day so far. Yeah, so we're hearing from Pagnota a lot of rumblings about Nazem Kadri to Montreal. Me and Mark did just talk about it a little bit here on the channel. Here on the live stream. So we're gonna go fully in depth here on what we're seeing from Pagnota, and let's just get right into it. If we can scroll up to find it, here it is. David Pagnota is also saying Montreal's interested in Zach Whitecloud, so we could see a potential trade for Nazem Kadri, including Patrick Laine on Montreal's end, for Whitecloud and Nazem Kadri. That would be an absolutely huge package if that does happen, and one that helps Montreal's blue line. It also helps them get a second line center that they need. I'm just gonna get these guys' stats up for you guys right now. So if you're not familiar with any of these players, we're just gonna talk about what type of seasons they're having, yeah, crazy thing. I was not expecting to see this today. Montreal being linked to Whitecloud and Nazem Kadri. Here we go. Nazem Kadri, 61 in games this season. He has 41 points, 12 goals, 29 assists, 175 shots. You know how good of a forward that Nazem Kadri is. He's about 48% on the faceoff, which is good as well. And it's just great to see him, have this season that he's having here in Calgary, and he's only going to continue that if he does get traded to Montreal. It is going to be a little bit bit of value coming back in Calgary's direction if it is this Whitecloud Kadri package. We potentially could see first round picks come back for the Calgary Flames, which would be huge for them, and obviously taking on Laine's contract for the rest of the season would be huge for Montreal and would free them up to have a little bit more space. Also rumored in this trade is Zach Whitecloud, who in 60 games this season has 11 points. More of that shutdown defensive type of defender that Montreal could really use. 66 blocks and 74 hits this season. The right-hand shot defenseman is is what a lot of teams are looking for this year, is that right shot defense, and that is what Zach Whitecloud is. He ranks 75th in blocks and 120 in hits. He's a physical defensive type of player that could really fit into this third pairing here for Montreal on the right side at 29 years old as well. Still has a good few more years left into him. Which is great to see as well. So I'm just going to bring up Montreal's lineup here on my screen, and we're going to talk about some potential fits of where we could see these players go. Gene says Mayu's already stepped up. He had been one of our best players. Yeah, he definitely has been. Mayu's a good defenseman. I really got to say that. But if we see a potential of this trade happen right now, we're hearing potentially Whitecloud and Kadri headed to Montreal. Just trying to bring it up. This is what we're talking about. Potential Whitecloud trade. Nazem Kadri would fill in on the second line center with Alex Newhook and Ivan Demidov. Interesting here. If this does happen, having Demidov with such a great veteran like Nazem Kadri, who's gifted very offensively, would really help his game as well. He would get a lot more points playing with a player like Nazem Kadri, and Alex Newhook coming back from injury has looked good since coming back. A very fast player who loves taking the shot in stride. So having a player like Kadri, who has two younger guys with him that are speedy, Demidov has the hands. I think this is only a great. This is a recipe for some success here in Montreal. Then on the defensive side, this could be a Whitecloud where we see he comes in on this third pairing with potentially Jaden Struble in place of Alexander Carrier, or maybe Carrier moves to the left. Maybe we see something like that, or maybe we see one of these defensemen traded back in this scenario. But definitely a great defensive defenseman to add to Montreal's core heading into a playoffs where they're looking to make some noise. So interesting stuff coming out of Montreal. We're hearing a lot about them being linked to Binnington and being linked to now Kadri, Whitecloud. Kent Hughes is looking to be active on the phone today. So very fun times for that. Power says nobody wants to come to Detroit anymore. Detroit has been linked to a lot of players today, Power, but we haven't seen anything made yet, and Osherman really hasn't made a trade yet today. So it's interesting because I thought they were really going to add to their top six. I thought they were going to really be active on Robert Thomas, but we really haven't seen many rumors about Detroit today, which, if you're a Detroit fan, is sad to see. But we're just looking down here, see what else is buzzing. Connor Bedard and Tyler Bertuzzi will be alternate captains moving forward after Nick Foligno was traded for future considerations. Interesting for the Blackhawks there. Colton Parayko's preference is to stay in the West, and he's open to going to the Kings or the Anaheim Ducks. So that's why he didn't move to Buffalo in that trade. The Blues still have a lot of players. Me and Mark talked about it a little bit just a while ago about how many players they have left and how many players they have left to move, and they haven't really moved any as of yet. So on the Corey Perry trade, remember we said we got a second round pick back for him in LA. The reason behind this is because the Kings retained a half of his contract, which applies to bonuses. So I was saying a little bit of an overpay for Corey Perry, but it makes sense now that his contract is repaid. So I'd like to retract that statement. I think it's a great trade now for the Kings. But they do get an asset that they can try to flip here today and try to make a trade with. Maybe they're cooking something up that we're not seeing. Obviously being active on Colton Parayko as well. Elliot Freeman believes the best match for Robert Thomas is Utah. We talked about that a little bit too. Minnesota Wild by far having the best trade deadline up to this point. Let us know down in the chat, guys. How are you feeling? What are you wishing your team does today? Let me know, how you're feeling about the trade deadline so far. It really hasn't been a very busy one in terms of, remember like last year, it was really busy. Brad Marchand broke to the Panthers, broke really at the end of the deadline. So that's very interesting as well. But we're still looking here, hoping something happens. Yeah, we've seen David Trocheck traded to the Wild too. A great young prospect for them. They've had a very good trade deadline. They got Trocheck, Jeff Petrie, Bobby Brink, Nick Foligno for future considerations, and they got Michael McCarron from Nashville, a big 6'6" or 6'7" forward for that fourth line. They've been having a really good trade deadline. Vincent Trocheck, Detroit, Carolina, even Boston, I'm a bit curious about, says Emily Kaplan. Here we go, more Vinny Trocheck stuff. For you Detroit fans in the chat that say we haven't said nothing about them yet, we see something about them right now. Let's talk about it for you guys down in the chat. I know you guys want to be hearing some Detroit stuff. We got some stuff here. Finally, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for something to come out about Yzerman, and finally has, with them being linked to Vinny Trocheck. Be interesting to see what the value is, because we see Montreal also linked to them, but they said the price was way too high. So I think maybe Vinny, they're looking for maybe a first and a prospect for Vinny Trocheck, which, I think the value is there for that, but it's not something that you love to see. But here we go. We're talking about Emily Kaplan, big NHL analyst, saying Vinny Trocheck has been linked to Detroit, Carolina, even Boston. She's a bit curious about. I think Detroit is looking to make a move. They haven't made anything happen yet with in terms of this trade deadline. Vinny Trocheck is a guy who we've been looking at all day to be he's the number one on the trade board as of right now to be traded, and hasn't been traded yet. He doesn't think he is going to be traded, but that could very well be possible here today. As we bring up Vinny Trocheck's stats again, we know how good of a defensive 200-foot player he is. He has 12 goals, 27 assists so far in 46 games this season, almost a point-per-game guy. He's going to be a great asset to any of these teams that are going to look to acquire him on the penalty kill, on the power play 2 unit, I would say as well. 11 power play points this year, and also 14.5 on the save percentage. A lot of teams are going to be looking to add this guy to bolster their top 6 going into the playoffs this year. Detroit being a team that's been now linked to him, I think he could really fit in well with DeBrincat and Patrick Kane on that second line, kicking Andrew Kopp down to the third one. I really do like that. I think having that defensive style of guy like Trocheck who can still contribute offensively will really help Patrick Kane, who is an offensive juggernaut, and as well as DeBrincat, who's a great offensive player as well, really help their success and help the success of the Detroit Red Wings going into this year's playoffs. I do like the fit of Robert Thomas more. I just want to say it, but it is going to cost more to get Robert Thomas. So if you want a lesser option, a plan B option, Vinny Trocheck could be that guy as well. So interesting things. Detroit linked to Vinny Trocheck as well as Carolina. Carolina is still looking to move out Jesperi Kotkaniemi. Maybe we do see this, that they trade Kotkaniemi for Trocheck in this instance. We're taking a sip of water, stay hydrated at home. And they're also curious about Boston. Obviously, Boston having a great season, looking to kind of get their roster finalized heading into their push to the playoffs as well. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on. I wish you guys could see my screen right now. There's so much on this screen right now. It's actually crazy at this point. But here we are. We're here at the trade deadline with the trade board. We'll bring it up one more time. As if you guys are new to the stream here today, We got a lot of players still in the mix. Let's bring it up full screen. Vinny Trocheck, we just talked about. Nazem Kadri, we just talked about not that long ago as well. And we've seen some extensions earlier today with Nedeljkovic, Jordan Eberle as well. And there's a lot more to come here on this live stream. So make sure to stay tuned because, we're only getting closer and closer to this year's trade deadline, which is going to be a fun one, guys. So, on the list, you see Bobrovsky's name out there. He's been named as the backup for tonight's game. Looks like he potentially will not be moved at this year's deadline. Interesting as well to see that. Was not expecting that today. Just clearing out some of this stuff here, guys, before we start to see some more stuff flowing in, try to negate some of this lag. We see Vinny Trocheck's name on there. Shane Wright is one that interests me a lot. I know Shane Wright hasn't panned out to the player that we all thought he was going to be at one point in his career, at one point in his junior career. But I do think he's still a very valuable 22-year-old add to one of these younger teams, like the San Jose Sharks, even the Anaheim Ducks, and even to a rebuilding franchise, maybe the Rangers, or the Canucks, or like one of these teams that are going to start to enter a rebuild. He's very valuable to all these teams, but we haven't seen him linked to any trades yet today. So I'd like to see Shane Wright gone before today. I don't think it hurts Seattle to keep him there, but they'd also like to include him in a package, potentially the St. Louis Blues, to bring in maybe a guy like Robert Thomas as well, right? So a lot of stuff happening today on trade deadline. A lot of trades happened already. We talked about a few. Let's just recap. We got Jordan Eberle with 2-year, $5.5 million extension. Corey Perry, Tampa to LA, second rounder in return. Obviously, Corey Perry on retained salary as well. The Wild made a bunch of trades that we talked about today, bringing Bobby Brink, Juracek, McCarron a couple days ago, Nick Foligno for future considerations. We've seen Nedeljkovic sign a 2-year, $3 million extension as well. Just a lot of stuff happening already today. Obviously, John Carlson last night in the wee hours in the morning, being the big trade of the day so far. We're still waiting for the big dogs on the trade board to be traded. How's everybody feeling in the chat? Give me a hell yeah in the chat. Stone Cold Steve Austin, if you're awake and you're watching and you're just biting your fingernails waiting for the big dogs to be traded. I'd love to hear from you guys in the chat. Love to create some conversation with you guys down there as well. But we're gonna go back to Twitter and where we find everything for these days. We see for any Sharks fans out there, Mario Ferraro is in the lineup tonight, so looks like he will not be traded today at this year's deadline. We hear some things about Zach Whitecloud that we just talked about. That's a player of interest to Montreal, and they'd like to get a right shot D. They were on Connor Murphy, but didn't get him. So looks like Whitecloud is the backup plan for the Montreal Canadiens, trying to get that right shot defenseman that they want. So it's great to see them, starting to bid on some things, trying to make a trade. We haven't really seen Montreal be active today. We've seen them now starting to be a little bit more active. So it's great to see that as well. I can't believe that Montreal could potentially be in on Nazem Kadri. I really can't believe it. It's kind of Leafs legend, right? It'd be crazy to see that. It's like when Volcanics went to Toronto, if you guys remember that a few years ago. It's kind of a crazy one. Yeah. So a lot to come here. How's everybody feeling about the trade deadline? You disappointed? You happy? I know Minnesota Wild fans are happy for sure. So that's great. We see first look. Someone has their first look at the new Wild lineup. It looks like a Kaprizov, Hartman, Zuccarello, Johansson, Eriksson, Ek, Boldy. Eriksson Ek and Boldy, Trennan, Urov, Brink, and then Foligno, McCarron, Tarasenko as that fourth line. Very interesting. I think you keep Tarasenko on third, but I'm not mad about it. I think Tarasenko and Urov have had a great connection this season. But I think that's a great forward core with their extras being Strome and Hinstrosa. So, cool. Some good stuff. Cool stuff coming out today. A lot of people saying Bobrovsky to Montreal would be fun. I definitely agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Falali, I believe is how you say it. Wild made a great trade for Brink. I think Brink is underrated. I think he's a great bottom six forward in this league, and we're going to see him really excel here in the playoffs with the Minnesota Wild in my eyes. I really do think so. Pagnota saying that Arbor Jack guy is somebody that the Flames have interest in. So we could potentially see Arbor Jack guy traded for Zach Whitecloud here very soon. We're going to keep following this story here on the live stream. But having Arbor Jack guy as somebody that the Flames have interested in was not something I was expecting to see coming out of that trade. But hey, we'll take it. If we can get Zach Whitecloud, we'll take it. Patrick Laine has been in talks of a package for Nazem Kadri, and we could see a big package coming from Whitecloud and Kadri to Montreal here very soon. We're going to keep continuing this story here on the channel, but very interesting stuff here today in terms of trade deadline. A lot of people saying things are quiet on Flyers front at the moment, so interesting. Flyers they've been linked moving Ristolainen for a little bit. It says he says Bob to the Oilers will be something else. Yeah, it would be crazy to see like Bobrovsky go to the Edmonton team who they've kind of been rivaling with the last couple of years. To see him kind of go to the rival team, it will be very interesting nonetheless. But that's very fun. It's fun to see those types of trades, right? Like, when you see like Max Pacioretty, the captain of the Montreal Canadiens, go to Toronto, and you see him in that jersey, and you're like, oh my god, this doesn't feel right. Like, that's what Bobrovsky would look like, and not a Florida Panthers jersey, right? Like it just wouldn't look right, because that's Bob, that's their guy, right? Like, that's the Panthers guy, and unfortunately, they're kind of going into an era now where, like, having a bad season forces your hand to sell, especially in the seller's market right now. Like, there's some trades happening that nobody would expected they're going for as much as they are. Like, the one that I keep going back to in this live stream is Jason Dickinson for a first round pick. I don't understand it. I really don't. But hey, the Oilers got their guy, so at least they're happy. We'll take it. I can't believe Arbor Jack guys might be moved out of Montreal. That would be a very sad one. Pierre LeBrun says whether it's Robert Thomas or other players, they won't want to force a trade just for the sake of saying they made a trade. So Montreal isn't going to be scared at the end of the deadline and make a panic trade, is what Pierre LeBrun's saying. So if the deal is going to be done, it's going to be done within the next hour, I would say. We're heading into a crucial time of the trade deadline. We're 1 minute away, probably less right now, to... we're officially 1.5 hours to the trade deadline. We are going to start to see a lot of stuff pick up here right now. We've been live here for 2 hours and 11 minutes. So shout out to everybody who's been here the whole time. If you've been here the whole time, drop a 1 in the chat. We're having fun here today. I was just going to sit back, make a couple videos for you guys, watch the trade deadline. But I was like, hey, let's go live. Let's talk to you guys about stuff. I love seeing you guys being active in the chat and just putting topics to talk about. So whatever you want to talk about, it doesn't even matter what it is. You put something about basketball, we'll talk about it. Put something in the chat. But yeah, it's a great trade deadline so far. John Carlson being done to wee hours is the best one in my eyes so far. Last thing that happened was 47 minutes ago where the Kraken extended Jordan Eberle. So we've kind of in limbo for the last little while. We had Canucks Digest on to talk about what they're looking for in eyes of Canucks. Yeah, they're looking to move out some of their guys like Elias Pettersson. We're looking to move out Evander Kane as a plan D option for a lot. The Mammoth are still in on Robert Thomas as of right now, so we could see Robert Thomas trade happen by the end of the deadline. If the Canadians get Nazem Kadri, this would be huge for them. I mean, I think Montreal Canadiens have a good team going into this year's playoffs, but if they go out and get a guy like Kadri and even they get Whitecloud, I think that really solidifies their roster, and really, I think, solidifies them as a potential cup contending team this season. I think they're still a goaltender away, but I think if you can get like Fowler or Mountain Bow hot in the playoffs, we've seen years like this where Yaroslav Halak got hot for Montreal, and they went and they had a pretty good run. So all they need is a goaltender to get hot, and maybe Bobrovsky could be that guy, which is interesting as well. All right, let's see. Anze Kopitar would like to see Ken Halden add to the roster by tomorrow, which is interesting. They got rid of Corey Perry, so it's not really adding much at this point. We see Detroit, and your Detroit fans in the chat, they're looking at it, still eyeing a right shot defenseman, so we could be looking at that. There's a water break. Everybody take a sip of water right now. Here we go. We're looking at, someone says their bold trade deadline prediction is that the Blues are involved in the largest, most impactful move of the day. Interesting. Maybe we'll see that. Justin is back in the chat, and he says, I'm surprised the Sharks signed Kiefer Sherwood. I thought a lot of teams would like him. Yeah, I was definitely thinking that too. I mean, Justin, I don't know if you've tuned into Sharks Digest, where I also co-host over there, but I was very shocked that they traded for Sherwood, and I just thought maybe they would flip him for a defenseman at the trade deadline, but they didn't. They locked him up for a pretty good contract, big contract too, in terms of Kiefer Sherwood. I think he's a great player, and I think I've liked what I've seen from him in the Sharks so far. But I would definitely like to see him flipped for defense, because the defense is the big option. It's the big loss in San Jose right now. It's bad, and they need a defenseman badly. They need a guy like Braden Schneider. They need one of these right shot young defensemen that can come in and really help this team. Simon Nemec, another one who has been linked to the Sharks as well. And I think Kiefer Sherwood was a guy that they could flip for, without having to give up a major prospect. But now if they're looking to bring in a right shot defenseman like Simon Nemec or even Braden Schneider from the Rangers, they're going to have to give up that Oilers first round pick that isn't conditional anymore since they traded it. So, that kind of sucks, but I am happy that Sherwood is a Shark. I think he's a great 200-foot physical player who can score as well, can park it in front of the net, and really help the team that way. I'm not upset about it, but I just thought it would go a different way. I wasn't expecting GMG to go that way, but appreciate you down below in the chat, Justin. Love to see it. Looking to see, can keep refreshing Elliot's Twitter here. We got 2 Twitter tabs open. And we're going to keep refreshing Elliot's every now and then to see if we see anything. One time we did it, we seen the Eberle extension 9 seconds after he tweeted it, so that's fun. How's everybody feeling in the chat? Anybody watching this at work right now? I know it's a Friday. Anybody at work got the NHL Digest stream pulled up here on YouTube? Love to hear your guys' thoughts on that. Oh, sorry guys. Throat's going here. We're going to need some honey in the tea after the live stream today for sure. But yeah, it's all fun today. I love hopping on here and talking to you guys. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't feel like work when you're just chatting. It's like chatting to my buddies, That's how it is. Yeah. We're still looking here. On what's next to come. There's a lot of rumors out there right now. The talks on Trocheck are heating up. The rumors on Kadri and Whitecloud are heating up. Robert Thomas the rumors on him have been heating up over the last week. Will we see him traded? What do you guys think about that down below in the chat as well? Yeah, a lot of stuff happening here on today's trade deadline. We're going to go back and see if we see anything else yet. Peyton says, absolutely sitting at work with an earbud in. Shout out Peyton. I would love to hear that. We'd love to hear that you guys have the stream on at work, because I know when you're at work you can't really like tune into like the sports nets or the TSNs or whatever, but you know that's why I went live today. So people at work can sit back, you know, do whatever they're doing and just hear what's going on and hear me yap about hockey for 4.5 hours. So appreciate you having that earbud in and tuning into the channel today. We're still looking here on Twitter. James says, do you think the Islanders are going to make a move? Just run it out with what they have. I really do expect the Islanders to make a move, James. I think the Islanders are going to go out and try to get Jordan Kyrou. I've talked about it a lot here today about Jordan Kyrou and how he is going to be the one that's moved out of the Blues by the end of today. And I think the Islanders have the assets to give up to get Jordan Kyrou. It's not going to be as expensive as going out and getting like a Robert Thomas or a top guy on the trade board, but you can bring Jordan Kyrou in for, you know, one of your prospects that maybe you don't need now because you're kind of in your era, which you kind of got boosted into your era of competing, which is great to see. And hopefully you can get Jordan Kyrou, because I've been very vocal here on the channel about the Islanders, about how after their top line, their offense kind of diminishes. You know, they have J.G. Pajot on that second line, and then after that, there's not much there. Yes, they do get some offense contributed throughout the lineup at points, but they really do need a secondary star on this team, or a secondary, you know, scorer, which Jordan Kyrou is. And I think giving up maybe a little bit more in this seller's market of a trade deadline will really help you in the long run if you are an Islanders fan. So hopefully we do see that happen. I really do expect them to make a move for Jordan Kyrou before the end of the day, and I do expect them to make a move by the end of the day. I really hope they do, for your sakes, James, because one of my good buddies is an Islanders fan, and I really want to see them make some noise in the playoffs. Matthew Schaefer has just been electric this season, and you'd love to see that happen. Dex says, do you think the Red Wings do anything? I mean, I really do think that the Red Wings do make a large offer at Robert Thomas. I really do. I think they make a large offer at Robert Thomas because I think he's the perfect fit for them for their future. He's only 26. He has years left on his contract. Him with Kane and DeBrincat on that second line would be phenomenal. I think if he goes anywhere, it's going to be Detroit today. I think Arsman will be willing to kind of sell the farm at this point to try to compete again and try to get back into the era of Detroit Red Wings dominance in this league. And Robert Thomas is a key to them doing that. So it's either going to be Thomas or Trocheck. I think Trocheck, yeah, like you said, I'd like to see Trocheck or at least a defenseman. I definitely think their main goal for this trade deadline is to get that second center that they've been wanting for years. So I think getting Vincent Trocheck or, you know, a larger push at Robert Thomas could be interesting for them. And I'd like to see Robert Thomas go there, but if they do end up with Vinny Trocheck, I think a lot of Red Wings fans would be happy. I think him winning a lot of faceoffs on that second line, his penalty killing ability will be interesting. Four says, I'm an Isles fan too. Shout out to all you guys on Long Island. He says, who are the Isles going to package though? I've seen they've been thinking about like one of their prospects. I'm trying to think about his name. If I look it up, I'll know. There's one of their top prospects there. I believe his name starts with an A. Hold on, no. You guys might know what I'm talking about down below in the chat before I even pick it up. Aitchison, that's who it is. Aitchison. They're looking at shipping out Aitchison here for one of these top trades, right? And I think giving up Aitchison for Jordan Kyrou really helps them now. Yes, it might impact them in the future, but if you're trying to make some noise in the playoffs and you're trying to, be a competitive team, you're going to go out and make this trade. You're going to go out and make this trade for Jordan Kyrou, and I think giving up Aitchison, is a lot for them, but I don't think it's too bad. And I might be seeing something potentially about Bobby McMahon being traded. Hold on, let's hold the phone here. Let's see. No, nothing yet. But there is apparently some rumblings of it. Yeah, Aitchison. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Dubas better get on the ball. Yeah, I know. I was expecting Pittsburgh to be very active in terms of centers this year. I really did. Hearing the Oilers have a trade coming down the pipe for Leafs forward Bobby McMahon. Hold on now. Let's see if this is a reputable source. Yeah, he's a retired hockey insider. This is something that could happen here. This is very interesting. This could be a big trade for the Leafs, finalizing a trade for Bobby McMahon. This is huge. This is huge for Leafs fans in the chat right now. How are you feeling? Bobby McMahon potentially being dealt to the Oilers right now. Dex says, realistically, do you think the Rangers take this package? Detroit gets Trocheck while the Rangers get Jonathan Berggren and this year's first rounder and next year's second. I think they do take that, Dex. I really do. I think that's a good package. I think a first and a second for Trocheck is what the market is going to be, and I definitely think that's definitely something that's going to happen. Peyton says, as a Blues fan, I'm super nervous today. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, they have like 5 players that they need to move out. They haven't moved out 1 yet. So I'd be nervous if I was you too, Peyton. Sorry to hear that. Eric goes out to you. But right now, the Leafs are finalizing a trade that sends Bobby McMahon potentially to the Oilers. We're going to have this. We're waiting for the trade to come down the pipeline, but huge news coming out right now as Bobby McMahon is being traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs. The deal is finalizing, which will send Bobby McMahon out of Toronto. I know a lot of Leafs fans are hating to hear that right now. My heart goes out to you guys, even as a Montreal fan. I hate to see you guys have the season that you did. I know I'm not a Leafs hater. I got a lot of friends that are Leafs fans, and I hate to see them, their team do so badly. But Bobby McMahon is on the move. It's on the move. We're waiting for it to be official. This is huge news. Huge news. Nothing on Friedman's front yet. We heard it from David Pagnotta. Still waiting. Bobby McMahon on the way out. Philaly says, now just send Matthews to the Wild and hand him the cup. True. Oh, man. Can you imagine if Kaprizov, Hughes, and Matthews were on one team? That would be disgusting. Oh, man. The Sharks made a good trade yesterday, too, with Jet Wu. I think he's a very interesting young defenseman. This one just popped up in my Twitter feed. We're waiting on this Bobby McMahon trade to be official before we can talk about it. But as of right now, it looks like Bobby McMahon, who can't get an extension signed in Toronto, is going to be on his way out. This is a big point of the day. We're almost an hour away from trade deadline right now, and we're seeing this. 4 says send Matthews to we have a fresh pair of jammies waiting. Send him to Long Island. Oh man, Matthews. I don't think Matthews is going to be traded. I really don't. I don't think Matthews will get traded. It's kind of sucks like the way that things happen in Toronto, and I really do feel bad for their organization, like having to give up Marner the way that they did, and it just their season fell off, right? Like it just sucks. Sam Matthews, and let me see. I heard rumors about Owen Tippett possibly going. Yeah, I've heard that rumors on Tippett too, but I don't think it's a player that they're actively shopping. I think if the right package comes on the table, they will accept that trade. That's where I am on that as well. Frank Ceravelli, I'm looking for the Bobby McMahon trade. It's still fresh. We're still trying to figure out the final details of this trade, but let's see how it goes here. I'm just trying to find this for you guys so we can bring it up here. I see some guys in our digest media across the whole channel are talking about it here, and I'm just gonna try to get the details for you guys. Yeah, what are the Leafs gonna get in return? I know it is crazy. It is crazy, James. I was not expecting that. I really thought going into the day that the Toronto Maple Leafs were not going to trade Bobby McMahon, but we are seeing it right now, live on the channel. Live reaction to this. We're just trying to get the final details for you guys here. 1 second. We'll go to Frank Cervelli. I think he has it. Let's see. Interesting. Sounds like go Avs go and Leafs forever. Engage with Bobby McMahon. We'll see where it goes. So it's looking like Colorado is in on Bobby McMahon right now. We're gonna bring the tweet up so when people come in, they can see it. They can see we're in the talks of it. It's not confirmed, but Frank Cervelli sounds like it is going to be to the Colorado Avalanche. Crazy news. This is I can't believe that they're trading Bobby McMahon. A guy that they've grown up from the ECHL level at the Newfoundland Growlers, was once my home team here in the province. And we've seen him grow all the way to the NHL, and now homegrown talent is going to get traded at the trade deadline. I cannot believe it. Trying to get this tweet in for you guys. Where's Frank at? Bobby McMahon. Bobby McMahon to the Colorado Avalanche is what it's looking like right now, guys. Bear with me. We're still trying to get this this out there for you guys at this point. 1 second. Got a lot of stuff on a desktop here. Just trying to find it. There's been a lot to talk about today. No doubt. Okay. Oh, my camera might have just moved for a second. Sorry. Trying to figure it out. 1 second, guys. We're figuring it out here. But Bobby McMahon is on his way to Colorado. That's where it is. That's where he is going. That's the recent news, is he is going to be headed to the Colorado Avalanche per Frank Cervelli. Here we go. We got it. We finally got it. Frank Cervelli has tweeted out that it sounds like the Colorado Avalanche and the Leafs are engaged on Bobby McMahon talks. So it's looking like the Colorado Avalanche are going all in here again with Bobby McMahon. They are interested in this player. They think he has a future with the Colorado Avalanche. Probably looking to sign an extension with Bobby McMahon here in this season. So Bobby McMahon linked to the Colorado Avalanche. The trade is coming down the pipeline right now. Let's just take a look at how Bobby McMahon has been playing this season. 32 points, 19 goals, 13 assists, has been having the best season by far of his career. 125 shots so far for Bobby McMahon this season. He has been having a fantastic year. He's only 29 years old as well, so still has a good few years left in him. Like I said, breaking into the league late is Bobby McMahon after growing up through his farm system in Toronto. Right now, his looking like a very solid middle six forward for any of these contending teams. And right now, like I said, it's Colorado and Toronto in talks for Bobby McMahon. We're going to go to Elliot Friedman to see if he has the official trade yet up on his thing, up on his Twitter. But right now, very, very shocking move as Bobby McMahon is moving out of Toronto potentially per Frank Cervelli. Right now in the chat, BC says, Binnington doesn't look nervous. You shouldn't be either. says to Peyton. Very a little some banter in the chat. I love to see it. Let's have a look here. Let's see if Frank has any more updates on this. Nothing yet. Nothing yet on Bobby McMahon. Very interesting. It'd be interesting to see what the package is going to be. Potentially, I think a second round pick might be coming back. That's my thoughts on it. It's not official, but I think it could be a second round pick coming back in Toronto's hands here for this trade in my eyes. Wow. Was not expecting that. Yeah, the Colorado Avalanche remain engaged on Bobby McMahon. So there's nothing yet, nothing confirmed yet that this trade is going to happen, but they are engaged heavily in talks on Bobby McMahon. So it's looking that way. It's looking like this deal is going to get done. It might fall through. It's not official that the trade is happening yet, but it is possible that this trade will happen. And when they're engaged this heavily, it looks like it will happen. So very interesting stuff. We're going to keep monitoring this situation as well as the situation happening in Montreal with Kadri and White Cloud as well. There's a lot of stuff happening here. We're almost an hour away from the official deadline. This is where things are going to start to ramp up. This is where all the deals get done. This is where the fun happens, and we're going to enjoy it all together live on NHL Digest. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. We're having another water break. Gotta stay hydrated, guys. Like I said, honey in the tea tonight for sure. This has been really fun. It's great to like usually just sit down and watch it. It's great to like kind of do it, like talk about it all myself and just get my thoughts out there. It's really fun, and I love seeing your guys' input down below as well. How's everybody feeling about Bobby McMahon trade? Love to hear your guys' thoughts down below, even if you're not Toronto fans. How are you feeling about it? How are you feeling about the Toronto trade, potentially Bobby McMahon trade to Colorado? I think it really helps the Colorado Avalanche out a lot. I'm just gonna kind of look at their. JC Gaming says, don't you usually cover the Sharks? Yeah, I'm a host on Sharks Digest as well, but I also am a host here on NHL Digest, where we talk about everything across the NHL. I usually do Sharks videos. I know a lot about the Sharks. They're a fun team to cover, and but we're here. We're here on NHL Digest. I'm also a host over here. I got 2 channels on the network, and it's fun. It's fun time to talk about hockey, and I love talking about the Sharks, but I also love talking about what's happening across the league as well, which is fun. So appreciate you stopping by, JC, and appreciate you watching Sharks Digest. Like I said, it's a great channel over there. We're building a great community. We just hit 2,000 subscribers over there. It's just awesome. Does Colorado even have many picks? Let's have a look. Yeah, so I was thinking, I think they probably have like a second, but I don't think they have a first. Let's have a look. They have 2 and 28. Other than that, they only have 2 fourths and 2 fifths this season. So they have no picks for this year's draft, but they do have 2 second rounders for next year, and these will be in play for Bobby McMahon if this trade does go through. Thanks for pointing that out, Visna. I appreciate that in the chat. He says they probably have 2 seconds and a top prospect. And that's what I think is going to happen here in terms. I think Toronto was just trying to gather up some assets, right? Because they lost a lot of assets over the years, and they never really had any picks to play with, never really had any prospects to play with. And right now, before the trade deadline, before they trade Nick Waugh, their only trade piece was Ben Danford. And it looks like now they're just acquiring, like they got a fifth, they got a first for Nick Waugh, potentially 2 seconds for Bobby McMahon. They'll recruit some assets that they can use in this offseason to, retool this team and build it into a playoff team again. And I think Morgan Rielly is going to be on his way out this offseason. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening in Leafland over the summer, and having these assets to trade is going to be a key for Brad Treliving to, build this team back into a playoff team that they once were. And I think they're maybe just a couple of pieces away from doing that. So, yeah, Colorado is looking like they got 2 seconds, Visna. So, interesting stuff there. But, yeah. 2 seconds could, it's a seller's market right now, right? And that's probably why, Treliving in Toronto are looking at selling Bobby McMahon is hey, in a normal year, we're probably getting 1 second for Bobby McMahon, but in this trade deadline, we can get 2 for him. So why not acquire some assets that we can use in the future? And right now, looking at Colorado's lineup, it's looking like he could fit even on the second line, take Ross Colton's place with Brock Nelson and Valeri Nichushkin, or potential line with Jack Drury and Victor Olofsson. But he's definitely going to be a key offensive add for this Avs team going into the offseason. We see in the chat, Dex said Hawks and Rangers working on a trade just reported. Let me see if we can find that. Do you know the details? Derek Pua, is that how to say it? Pua? I think so. Nick Delauriers to Carolina from Elliot Friedman. We get Nick Delauriers headed to Carolina from Elliot Friedman, literally breaking just 56 seconds ago. Elliot breaks a trade. Nick Delauriers to the Carolina Hurricanes. Let's talk about it. Another breaking trade. Bobby McMahon trade not finalized yet. We will keep an eye on that one, but we do see an official trade from Elliot Friedman that sends Nick Delauriers to the Carolina Hurricanes. We're just gonna get everything set up, and then we're gonna dive into everything about it. We don't have the details on that trade yet. How's everybody doing in the chat? Here we go. Nicholas Delauriers. Here he is. All right. We got it all ready to go. So it's official from Elliot Friedman that Nick Delauriers is headed to Carolina via a trade. Interesting roster move for them. I think it's a good ad for their playoff push so far this season. Nick Delauriers has 1 point in 24 games, and he's just a bruiser, right? Like, he's the guy who's going to lay the hits and do that stuff. All red percentile for Nick Delauriers, but looking at his stats so far this season, he's doing all right. Nick Delauriers is he's a physical player. He's a guy who is going to just be a fourth line grinder for this team, and this is what he adds. He adds physicality, and that's what you're getting with Nick Delauriers. You're getting a guy who's going to get hits, and that's what he's going to do. He averages about 6 minutes time on ice, so he's an extra forward. Not a big move, but it is definitely a depth piece for the Carolina Hurricanes, and interesting to see what they are going to give up for him in this trade when we get the details. We're seeing David Pagnotta reporting on a Derek Pouliot trade with the Hawks and the Rangers. So we're gonna talk about that one because Dex said that one down below in the chat, and we're gonna do him right by talking about it. So Nick Delauriers headed to Carolina. We don't know the details yet. Not a big trade, but a good roster ad for the Carolina Hurricanes. Gonna be a big bruiser guy to kind of watch out for in the playoffs. So it's fun to see guys like that be traded here at the deadline. He's not a guy who's gonna create a lot of offense, but he's a guy who is gonna be able to help you guys help you out on the physical side of things. See if we can get Derek Pouliot up here. Yeah, it's fun when everything's gonna start to pour in here now. On the trade deadline. So far this season, Derek Pouliot has been in the AHL. So we got to do a little bit something different here to bring up his stats. So 1 sec. We're working on it. We're working on it, Dix. Derek Pouliot having sending so NHL guys. We're working away stuff for you guys here now. There we go. Okay. Now, here we go. We have the Hawks and Rangers are in talks, working on a Derek Pouliot trade. Derek Pouliot, a veteran defenseman, hasn't really seen much time in the NHL the past couple of seasons, but no worries, as he is having good seasons in the AHL. So this might be an AHL type of move that we've seen earlier between the Boston Bruins and the Philadelphia Flyers. Good stuff from Derek Pouliot. Like I said here, 32 years old. I'll bring it up a little bit bigger so you guys can read it yourself. themselves. Here he is. He's 32 years old. Has played in the NHL since 23-24. Now being traded from the Rangers to the Chicago Blackhawks. He has 28 points. 26 points in 52 games this season, 2 goals, 26 assists, and just a good depth add for their roster. When they do make this trade official, don't think it's going to be a big return or nothing like that, but it's a depth AHL roster piece for all teams involved here. So interesting. Nick Delauriers to Carolina. It's we had 2 quick trades back to back. Try to keep up with it all, but here we go. Nick Delauriers with the big physical forward gets traded to Carolina. Great for their playoff run, for their playoff push as well, which is awesome. And we see a AHLer who could make his way on the blue line for the Blackhawks here in this trade. Very not a very big trade, but thanks for Dex for putting it in the chat, and we're talking about it. Nick Delauriers going from Philly to the Canes. Just good bottom 6 forward for them, no doubt about it. But yeah, it's fun. The Toronto Maple Leafs are trading by McMahon. We're waiting on the details for that. It's Nick Delauriers to Carolina for future considerations. So nothing going back in Philly's way. Just, if they want to trade in the future, hey, remember when we did this for you? That's the type of deal it is. So right now we're going to go back to the big story which was Bobby McMahon. We're going to leave that up here until the trade does become official, unless something else happens. How's everybody doing down below in the chat? Let me know. How's everybody feeling about Nick Delauriers to Carolina? How's everybody feeling about Pouliot to the Blackhawks? Love to hear your guys' thoughts on all the trades here today. Love seeing your guys' chats down below. Means a lot that you guys are still here. I mean, we still got 30 people in the chat. In the chat. So Visna's asking who Colorado's top prospects are. Let's have a look. I don't know if they have very many, but we'll look them up. Colorado Avalanche. How's everybody doing down below? Let me know. Their top prospect right now looks like it's Christian Humphreys. There's no really many names sticking out to me here, to be honest with you. They have Ivan. Remember him from the World Juniors a few years ago. But big like tier. I'm not quite too I'm not quite in depth on the depth pool. For you, Visna, but they definitely do have some good ones that could definitely develop into something. But right now, I'm not quite sure who they will be sending back in the Leafs' way. And when we do find that out, we will talk about them and we'll bring them up. But as of right now, there's no names that are sticking out to me. But somebody might know down below. Anybody in the chat know a Colorado fan and know who their best prospects are? Colorado is not really, not really versed in their prospect pool. We're seeing Friedman tweeted out 2 minutes ago. These must be waiver claims. Florida claims Reinhardt. What's all this about? Florida claims. I'm trying to figure out what this tweet means. Are they like? I don't understand what this means. Philadelphia claims Glendening, Vancouver claims Douglas, and Florida claims Reinhardt. Are these like Griffin Reinhart. That's who it is. All right, I'm trying to figure out who these players are. Like, Freeman tweets out that Philadelphia claims Glendening off waivers, Vancouver claims Douglas off waivers, and Florida claims Griffin Reinhart off of waivers by the looks of it. So that's very interesting. Griffin Reinhart makes his way back into the league. We have Reinhart and Reinhart on the same team. Cole Reinhart, is it? Yeah, Cole Reinhart, not Griffin Reinhart. I don't know who it is. I'm trying to figure out. I didn't put first names out here. We've had 3 waiver claims here on trade deadline. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, they're waiver claims. Yeah, I know they're waiver claims. He just has the last names. Like, there's lots of people's last names Glendening. There's lots of people with last name Douglas. A lot of people with last name Reinhart. Like, I don't know who these players are. Like, I know the names, but I don't know who their first names are. We have. Okay, so that's happening right now. Some waiver claims for some teams. That's going to be interesting for them as well. Darren Dreger says he can't imagine that Robert Thomas gets traded at any point. We're like less than an hour away from the deadline. We're about to get into the dog days of the trade deadline here. So everybody's ready to go here. Yeah, the Wish version of Reinhardt is so true. They got Reinhardt and Reinhardt, so Reinhardt and Reinhardt. It's gonna be some fun times there. But we do have the official tweet, and I do have it now. And we're gonna. Oh, there goes my camera. I think. Oh, yeah, there she goes. 1 second. I'm trying to figure out these tweets here. My screen is just full of, my desktop is just full of tweets. I'm trying to figure out Washington trades for Lilligren. Is that official? Well, we need these waiver claims. We don't need these waiver claims if we're talking about a trade. 1 second. Because that's huge. I mean, for me as a Sharks guy, like that's a big deal. Who'd they get back from? Let's see. We're looking here. We're looking Lilligren potentially on the move. Just saw Timothy in the locker room. We practiced, but the Washington Capitals are acquiring Timothy Lilligren. It is official. From Chris Johnston here on Twitter. Want to know what the official details are on this going back in San Jose's way. And I know Visna is a Leafs guy, likes Lilligren. And I like Lilligren too. Yeah, Sandin. Yeah, you're right. Sandin and Lilligren are reunited. That's so fun. That's fun. I guess since moving out John Carlson, they're just looking for a replacement. So I think that's Lilligren kind of fills the hole. Obviously doesn't fill the hole. It's gonna be hard to fill the hole of John Carlson, but he fills the need of a defenseman now that they traded one out, and they get one. Cool. That's awesome. We're gonna talk about it here now once we get the official detail, or once I get this set up here for you guys, so we can have an in-depth breakdown of it. And here we go. We have Timothy Lilligren on the move to the Washington Capitals. And it's interesting. It's an interesting trade, I gotta say. Like, I wasn't expecting them to go out and get this, but it looks like the Sharks probably got a good return for this, and that's the reason they wanted to get rid of him. He was a guy that has been on their board for quite a while that they were looking to trade. So far this season, Timothy Lilligren, he has 11 points in 43 games, 76 blocks, 32 hits. He's a very mobile defenseman who's a great two-way player, right? I think he's excels more defensively, but he's definitely a guy who can work the blue line in terms of puck moving as well. He's great at doing that and great at making these zone exits and breakouts. And now he's headed to Washington to obviously fill the hole of John Carlson. So I think this is a good trade for Washington. Obviously, they give a defenseman up. They need to get one back. So hopefully we get to see the details of this very soon. I like this trade for Washington a lot. I think, Timothy Lilligren just finished practice. Shang Peng says, a reporter for with the San Jose Sharks. He says that they have they just had practice and now he's on the move. So interesting. There's momentum built for the Islanders and St. Louis to complete a Braden Shen trade. Interesting. The Islanders looking to get that second center, and it might be Braden Shen instead of Vinny Trocheck or one of these guys, and I kind of like that deal, to be honest with you. Let's have a look here. I'm looking to see if we can find the details of this Timothy Lilligren trade, as it has just been breaking that he is heading to the Washington Capitals, and a good move for both teams. I think obviously the Sharks are looking to add defense, so them trading a defenseman now kind of makes me seem like they might have a deal in the works for another defenseman right now. So us Sharks guys and girls have been wanting defense trades for so long. They haven't done nothing yet. They traded for Jet Wu, but that's more of like a prospect ad, I would say. But they do create room to bring somebody else in now with moving Timothy Lilligren out. Don't know what the return is yet, but we will know very, very soon as the trade deadline comes closer. We're almost a half hour away. Vizna says, Frank Cervelli says the Blues are finalizing Shen deal to the Islanders. Yeah, we're going to talk about that too. Still waiting to hear on the details of this Timothy Lilligren trade to the Islanders. But while we're talking about that, let's talk about the Braden Shen stuff that Visna just brought up in the chat, and I appreciate you helping us out here. One man show here today, but we're appreciate you guys for tuning in. I mean, we've had like over 30 viewers here the whole day, and I appreciate so much for tuning in, like coming in, tuning in with me here on the channel. Just means a lot today to see all you guys here today. I keep throwing my camera out. I'm so sorry. But I'm just frantically scrambling to try to get this stuff up. So appreciate it. Appreciate you guys being patient with me here today, tuning in, spending your work days with me, spending your off day, whatever you guys are doing today. Appreciate you guys staying in. And we're talking about all trade deadline stuff here today. So yeah, it's fun. Braden Shen potentially on the move. We see Timothy Lilligren. It's official. He's heading to Washington. But there are some rumblings from Elliot Friedman saying momentum is picking up with the Braden Shen movement to the New York Islanders. Obviously, the Islanders have been looking for their second-line center for quite some time. They were rumored to potentially going for Vinny Trocheck, but, Islanders and Rangers aren't going to make a trade. But, we've seen them in on maybe Robert Thomas. They didn't really want to give up as much value as they looking for him. But now they are going out and potentially getting a Shen. Momentum is picking up on this trade per Elliot Friedman. Go by Vish perfectly. All right, Vish, appreciate you down in the chat helping us out today. And yeah, it looks like we will see Braden Shen on the second line with Jonathan Drouin and Emil Heineman with the Islanders here in very soon. If this trade does go through, there comes the Newfoundlander out and here we go. Braden Shen for the season, 28-61 games, a great face-off taker, great 200-foot player. That's what you're getting with Braden Shen. Like I said, 54% on the face-off, great face-off taker, 12 goals, 16 assists on a struggling St. Louis Blues team. Get him in with this offense in New York on Long Island. He's definitely going to fit into this lineup very well and really help this offense. Like I said, after this top line, we don't see very much offense at all when it comes to terms of New York Islanders. So getting him in on this second line is crucial, and I would like to see them trade for Jordan Kyrou, but maybe it's not going to happen now that they're trading for Braden Shen. Maybe they do a deal here. Yeah, you're right. Vish says that he does have a no move clause, and you're right. So he has to allow this trade to happen. I wouldn't. I don't think he'll say no, but it'll be interesting for sure to see how this all shapes up here later today, as Braden Shen could potentially be on the move to the Islanders. I'm going to just go back on Twitter here now and see what the return was on that Lilligren trade. Let's have a look here. Work still being done. Yeah, the trade's finalizing. They're just waiting for Braden Shen to move that no move, to waive that no move clause for the trade to be complete. I'm still waiting to see what the Lilligren is. Still waiting to see if Bobby McMahon. We're still waiting to see if the Montreal Canadiens are going to make some magic happen and go out and get Nazem Kadri. There's a lot of stuff happening right now, and we're 45 minutes till the trade done. I've been live for 2 hours and 55 minutes. So thanks you guys for tuning in and just, it means a lot. You guys, every day here with me, talking about favorite thing to do in the world is going to talk about fun. So thanks for everybody for tuning in. I'm just looking up Lilligren to see if we do have details, because that one obviously interests me, as it sounds like Sharks guy. We still don't have details yet on what the details of the trade are. But Sandine and Lilligren reunion is going to be awesome. I'm excited for that. I think Capitals fans should be excited for that too. I think Sandy and Lilligren is, man, it's going to be so fun to watch. Again, the boys are back in town in Washington, and hopefully the Sharks do get a good return for this. I really hope so. Just for my heart, because right now the Sharks haven't done nothing besides extend Nedeljkovic, and we need a defenseman bad, please. Okay, so the trade for Nick Delauriers was said to be future considerations, but it's looking like it's a conditional 7th now, so pretty much future considerations. Who knows? We could draft the next Datsuk with that. The Philly could do that. Jackson says Detroit trades Elmer Soderblom to Pittsburgh for third round pick this year per Elliot Friedman. Let's have a look. Yep. And Jackson's right on the money there. Elmer Soderblom headed to Pittsburgh for a third round pick. Maybe Detroit gathering some assets to make a trade heading into the last 40 minutes of this trade deadline. Elmer Soderblom on his way out of Detroit, and let's just see if we can look him up there. We're going to talk about this trade for you guys. Here, he's 24-year-old right winger. Just trying to get this sorted out for you guys here. He was a 6th round pick. So they drafted him at the 6th overall selection, and now they trade him for a 3rd. That's good value. 3 rounds for more. Still got a lot of stuff here. We're still waiting to see what the Colorado trade is going. We're still waiting to see what the Lilligren details are. Like by McMahon, there's so much we're still waiting for. Still a lot more to come here in the hours of this trade deadline. So make sure to turn your volume up, because it's about to get in here. Where Soderblom? Here he is. Elliot Friedman breaks that Elmer Soderblom is traded from Detroit to Pittsburgh. Dubas has done something. He trades a 3rd round pick for Elmer Soderblom. And like we said, Elmer Soderblom is a good bottom 6 ad for this team. Let's make sure that this is the right screenshot. It is Elmer Soderblom. We're gonna bring it up a little bit bigger for you guys, so you guys can see it. Sorry, my OBS is glitching out a little bit, but here we go. Detroit gets Elmer Soderblom, who in 39 games this year has 3 points for the team, and it has been just a bottom six guy. 24 years old, still has a lot of time to grow. Just seems like Dubas is trading for a prospect, potentially maybe for a Wilkes-Barre Stratton Penguins trade with his time in the AHL last season, but he has been in the NHL all season long as an extra forward, so maybe they're seeing something that we're not here in Elmer Soderblom, and it's a good trade. Detroit gets a third-round pick that they can try to flip for something else now at this deadline. So hopefully, yeah. Ovi speaks to the media and says this has been the toughest day of his career. That's shocking. After the John Carlson trade. Now we're going back to full cam and we're gonna try to find. Yeah, it's a done deal. The Islanders are Braden Shen is heading to New York. Official. It's official that Braden Shen is headed to New York. He waives his cause, and here we. Yeah, I'm sorry, Unity. I know we're lagging a bit. There's a lot going on here on the computer screen. I wish you guys could see it from my perspective of how many screenshots that I have on my desktop right now from the last 3 hours of streaming. I need to get a new computer. This just this just clarifies it, and I'm sorry for the lag, but here we are. We're talking about the trades, we're talking about the deadline, and we have it official now that Braden Shen is a New York Islander. Islanders fans rejoice. It is official that we have Braden Shen traded to the New York Islanders. Not official details have been revealed yet. I don't expect a big haul back for Braden Shen in terms of assets, but who knows? We've seen crazier things happen in this deadline. I'm expecting maybe a second, if I'm if I'm guessing, but it's very interesting. Yeah. So a big ad for them. He's improved the trade. He's waived his no move clause to go to the Islanders. He's going to play second line minutes on this team, be their second line center for the end of the season going into the playoffs. So great ad from the New York Islanders, in my opinion. What are your guys' thoughts on Braden Shen heading to New York Islanders down below in the chat? Trying to hear what the details are from this Lilligren trade. We still haven't heard what the details are yet. Let's see what we're saying. Still waiting. We're still waiting. Nothing out on those details. We're still waiting. Yeah, he did full no move, but he did have to waive it to be traded to the Islanders. But he did. So now he's officially New York Islanders. So that's fun. Fun times. Unity says, all good listening to you while taking my welding tests. Anything else from Buffalo? Hey, shout out Unity. Good luck on those tests, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Everybody listening. I know Peyton has her earbuds in from work, so I appreciate all you guys listening in today and just listen to me yap and being patient about this. We've been live for 3 hours here, but. Yeah, nothing on Buffalo's front yet after trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Shen. They haven't really had anything yet. There was some talks about them with Robert Thomas, but those kind of flaked out after they traded for Stanley. Nothing. We haven't seen nothing yet, but stay tuned. There could be more to come. We're going into the last half hour here of this trade deadline. Okay, we're trying to figure out here what's going on because Friedman's talking about Matthew Joseph. Matthew Joseph, whose contract with St. Louis was terminated today, signs with LA. Hey, Matthew Joseph headed to the Kings at $900K. That's awesome. I think Matthew Joseph is a great player. I really like his game, and I think maybe that's why they got rid of Perry. They got rid of Perry to bring in Matthew Joseph. Maybe they like him a little bit more. So that's awesome. I love to see Matthew Joseph back in the league. I think he's a great player. I was very highly, I was very high on this guy at one point in his career. So I'm glad to see him back in LA. I think he'll make some noise down there. So Matthew Joseph back in the league after his contract gets terminated. He signs with the LA Kings. We're still waiting on the Bobby McMahon update. We're still waiting on Nazem Kadri to the to the Montreal Canadiens update. That hasn't been official. There's been things happening. Obviously, we've seen a lot of trades from Minnesota earlier in the day. We've seen Lilligren on the move. We haven't got the details on that one quite yet either. Braden Shen official to the Islanders. Great center ad for this team. So happy for them. So great to see the Islanders kind of have a bounce back year that they did. As the and Lilligren reuniting in Washington, fun as well. A lot of great things still happen as almost officially a half hour to the trade deadline. We will stay with you guys a little bit later to try to see if any trades do loom in over the ending of the trade deadline, because last year right at the deadline we seen Brad Marchand go right to the end where Brad Marchand got traded to the Florida Panthers. Peyton says Braden made me want to cry, but I'm so glad someone grabbed Mojo. He was definitely the personality of St. Louis. Yeah, like, you hate to see players like this go, but you know, when you're at the point in where St. Louis is, and they just kind of want to go back into a rebuild and try to start to compete again, and just like rebuild their team and get into the glory days yet again, you have to get rid of these guys. It sucks. Like when Max Pacioretty was playing for the Leafs, I hated seeing it. Like when, you know, those players like that, when Pacioretty's playing, when Volcanics leaves and goes to the Leafs, like you hate to see those guys that you love. Like Thomas Tatar was one of my favorite Habs, and you hate to see him leave. Like there's so many great personalities in hockey that, you know, it's at the end of the day, it is a business, and you know the team has to do what's best for them and do best for their future, but you just had to appreciate the time that you had with that player on your team, and I think Braden Shen is going to be a great fit here in New York, and that's in terms of every player, you know, right? Like every player, you know, every player every fan has a favorite player on the team, right? Like your favorite player might not be, you know, a Jordan Kyrou, or, you know, it might be like a Pavel Buchnevich, or, you know, like a Braden Shen, or, you know, one of these guys that maybe is underrated, but eventually, like my favorite player on the Habs is Jake Evans. I've always loved Jake Evans since he's come into the league. I'm a big fan of his game, but if Jake Evans got traded, I'd be heartbroken. I would. I really love that guy. So, like, there's a lot of players, like, a lot of connections that you kind of form in your mind after watching these players play 82 games every year that, you know, when they're not there anymore, it sucks, right? Like, it's just the way hockey is. It's a business at the end of the day, which sucks. We're still waiting on Bobby McMahon. Oh, first and a third and a prospect for Braden Shen. Wow. That's a big return for St. Louis. Shout out. First and a third and a prospect for Braden Shen. Peyton's got to be happy about that one down below in the chat. A first, a third, and a prospect. Wow. I was not expecting a first in this trade. Wow. I guess he is having a good season. That's good for St. Louis, hey? Shout out St. Louis for getting that return for Braden Shen. Vish says, would you be happy if the Leafs got back Ross Colton? Yeah, I think Ross Colton's a good player. But I think what the Leafs want, they want more assets, right? Like, they don't really need a player for right now. Like, I think they just kind of want to gather some things that they that they need, and then make those decisions in the offseason when they have more time, right? And they're not just forced to a half-hour decision. All right, here we're bringing it up. Here is official that the St. Louis Blues are getting a first, a third, and a prospect for Braden Shen. Wow. That is huge. That's great. That, you know, when you're getting rid of a guy like that, you love to see that return if you're St. Louis, right? Like, a first and a third and a prospect. Wow. That's crazy. This is really a seller's market. Like, this is a huge seller's market right now. Like, a first, a third, and a prospect for Shen. He's a great player. I love Braden Shen. Yeah, I think that it's going to be worth it for the Islanders to bring him in. Obviously, like I said, they're in a position where they're succeeding, and they need to capitalize on that. And getting rid of their first and third and a prospect for Shen is going to turn out to be worth it. I think he's a great second-line center. He's going to win a lot of faceoffs, and it's definitely worth this value in today's market, which is crazy. A first, a third, and a prospect for Shen. Wow. We're going back on Twitter. We see the return for the Shen trade is a first, a third, and a prospect. Let's see if we can see the Bobby McMahon update, or if we can see a Timothy Lilligren update. Still waiting to see what they got for them. The captain of the St. Louis Blues is headed to the New York Islanders. Your favorite player is actually Pavel Buchnevich. Yeah, that's the guy I like on the Blues. So that's why I brought him up. Interesting. I think he's a good player. I hope that Brayden Shen has a great rest of the season and playoffs with this team. Great leader, great locker room guy, great mentor for a lot of younger players that they do have in the Islanders organization right now. So first, a third, and a prospect for Luke Shen. Was not expecting that today. Interesting. Still waiting to see what the trades deadline is going to hold, as we are officially 29 minutes from the trade deadline with big names left on the board. Vinny Trocheck, Robert Thomas. All the big names are still left out there right now. Big names are still on the board right now. Yeah, so we talked about the Soderblom trade. 2 years left on Brayden Shen's contract, too, for Islanders fans watching. He's 2 years at 6.5. So that's a good contract for them as well. Vish says, I'm surprised that Tree hasn't made more moves. Yeah. I think a lot of fans don't want them to sell, but I think when you're getting a first and third and a prospect for Brayden Shen, you got to sell. Like, it's a seller's market. You have assets that teams want, and you can reevaluate in the offseason, right? Like, the Leafs aren't doing anything for the rest of the season. They're not making the playoffs. Like, there's no way they're getting to the playoffs this year. So you need to get rid of your assets in a market where you're going to get way more than what you would normally. So, yeah, I'm kind of surprised about that too, Vish. I really am. Timothy Lilligren, we're still waiting to hear details on that trade. One I'm very interested in. Still haven't heard it yet. Obviously, Timothy Lilligren was a pending UFA, so probably the reason they did trade him. Still waiting on the full details on that one, too. But we still got a lot more to come here. We're about 25 minutes away. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Vish. Like, it's just what's happening. How's everybody feeling down below in the chat? I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts and everything. What do you guys think about that value coming back for Brayden Shen? Do you think it's worth it? Do you think the Islanders overpaid? Do you think it's worth it for a first, a third, and a prospect? Yeah, it kind of seems like the Islanders are kind of done at this point now. After getting that big trade, I don't think they will make a push on Kyrou now. I think they wanted that center and more over that winger, and they paid and got him. So it's great to see. Hopefully we see Montreal make a move here for Nazem Kadri. That would be a huge one. I'm just looking at some Sharks reporters now to see if we can see that return for Lilligren, because it is an official trade. Like, it's not rumor, it's official. It's official that this trade is happening. But the details have not been announced yet. So that's very interesting. Maybe they're waiting until after the deadline. I'm not sure. Still waiting. We're about 25 minutes away. This is the time and trade deadline where you get your popcorn out. Like, there's going to be some fireworks happening here in the next 25 minutes, and I can't wait. This is my favorite part of the day. Favorite part is of the trade deadline. How's everybody feeling? Has your team done what you wanted them to do in this trade deadline? Let me know down below. Who's your team? What did you want from them to do? Did they do it? Let me know. Love to hear your guys' thoughts. My team's Montreal. They haven't really done much. My team's also the Sharks. They got rid of Timothy Lilligren and haven't brought in a defenseman that we've all been asking for the last 3 months. So I'm not upset at GMMG. I think he's built a great team there. Like I really like Mike Greer, and I really think he's a great GM in this league. I think he might be underrated GM in this league, but we're asking for defense. Maybe they think it's an off-season issue. It'd be interesting to hear his press conference later. We're probably going to do a video on Sharks about that later on. So if you're interested in Sharks Digest, you're home for it. Let's have a look. Tom Wilson gets emotional about John Carlson. It seems like the Capitals players are very upset about them trading John Carlson with like, it wasn't even rumored. Like, it just came out of nowhere at 2 a.m. Like, it was like 2:30 in the morning my time when that trade came out. Like, that's gotta suck. Like, when you're a player and you gave your whole career to this team, you were a big part of winning them a Stanley Cup, that you wake up and you gotta move. You gotta move across the country almost, right? Like, it sucks. Feel bad for him. Let's, yeah, Tom Wilson says everybody in this room is very proud to be a Capital, and Johnny emphasized that everybody show up and take pride in their game. So, yeah, very. We see Red Wings make a trade. Like, someone in the chat earlier was asking if they were going to make one. They did make one. It might not be the one you wanted, but it does give them a pick to try to make something work here as we roll into the dying hours of this trade deadline. Not very many trades happening today, it doesn't seem like. Like, I feel like last year there was just, it was rapid fire. Like, there was one year where me and Mark, who joined us earlier from Canucks Digest, like, we did like 9 videos one year, like, in one day. Like, it just doesn't seem like it has been an eventful trade deadline. And, like, I get there's not that many big names out there as there's been in previous years and stuff like that, but it's still a fun day. Like, I can't complain. It's been a fun day. I just want one of these big trades to happen. Like, come on, we need a Trocheck with trade. We need a Thomas trade. Please let it happen. How's everybody? Are you guys underwhelmed with this year's trade deadline? Let me know in the chat. Like Braden Shen to the Islanders might be the biggest one of today, but like last night, the Carlson one is definitely the biggest one by far. The Wild made a lot of great, like minimal trades, and I think they've had the best trade deadline out of everybody. Like, they got Quinn Hughes earlier in this season. Like, the best trade season. Like, this might be the best trade season a team maybe has ever had. Like, with the acquisitions that they have made. And, like, you got to tip your cap to the Minnesota Wild at this point. Like, it's just crazy what they've been doing in terms of trading. Yeah, Vish says the deadline. Yeah, true. Yeah. Hopefully we can see some start rolling in. I really want to see if this Bobby McMahon trade gets confirmed. Okay, I'm trying to just see what's happening out there. Like, there hasn't really been much yet. I haven't really seen. Maybe we'll see if Darren Dreger's after saying anything, because he's usually the one who was, or not Darren Dreger, Pierre LeBrun. He was tweeting out a lot earlier. I just want to see if he's talking about anything. Just go to his Twitter. No. No, it doesn't really. I think he's on live right now, so it's kind of hard for him to tweet when he's doing that. But we're still waiting. We're still hearing some rumblings around the league right now. We're waiting to hear if Bobby McMahon trade is going to become official. We're waiting to hear if Timothy Lilligren is going to be traded. How's everybody doing? Let me know how everybody's doing in the chat. Just drop some stuff in the chat. What do you want to talk about? We can talk about anything. We've seen some minor trades. We've seen the Derek Pouliot trade sent Aiden Thompson to New York. So it looks like it's an AHL type of move in that trade. Vish says, I would love to see a Nyes Matthews Tippett line. Yeah, that would be amazing. If the Toronto Maple Leafs go out and get Owen Tippett, I think your trade deadline is a success. I don't think Philly's really shopping him, but I mean, depending on if they do get this Bobby McMahon trade, they will definitely have some assets there. Like, they'll have like they have a first and a fifth right now. They have guys like Ben Danford as a prospect. Like, they could definitely make a Tippett trade. They could swing it. Salty Legion, what's up? Great to see you back in another live stream here. Appreciate you. How you doing today? Has your team made the moves you wanted? But We're going into the last 20 minutes of the trade deadline right now. 20 minutes remain. Okay, we see a Montreal reporter say the same reason any Canadians interested in Kadri may not translate into a trade. Canadians do not have an appetite for a full $7 million for the next 3 years on Kadri, but Calgary's ownership does not want to retain on Kadri, so this trade might not happen. Vish says Stolars and a pick for Tippett. It's interesting because don't the Flyers like have like a really good goalie right now, or no? That's the Ducks. The Ducks have the good goalie right now. Same colors. Flyers, yeah, I think they could use Stolars, and I think they definitely have an excess of goaltending in Toronto. Like Stolars could be a starter on any team in the league. So maybe we do see this happen. That's definitely an interesting one. If you trade Stolars on a first for Owen Tippett, I'm happy with it. Yeah, what do you? Yeah, Salty Legion saying Red Wings. Hopefully they can make a trade for you by the end of the trade deadline here. Obviously the Red Wings or the Kings signed Matthew Joseph too, which I like as well. We're still waiting. We've had some extensions today. We had some. We had Eberle extend for 2 years. We had Nedeljkovic extend for 2 years on the Sharks. We've had some minor trades with Bobby Brink, Michael McCarron. Who was the other one? Left winger. I forget his name. Bobby Brink, McCarron. We've talked about so much today. Like it's all melting into one now. They traded for. Vladar. Yeah, Vladar, right. Yeah, Vladar was a backup on Calgary a few years ago, and he's actually pretty good. But yeah, I think they could definitely use a guy like Stolars. But it was Bobby Brink, McCarron, Nick Foligno for future considerations. They also traded for Jeff Petrie as well. They made a lot of great core adds, and it's great to see them doing that. You know, Minnesota's had a very good trade deadline. Like they really have. And St. Louis trades Braden Shen to the Islanders. Big trade, first and a third, and a prospect coming back for St. Louis in that trade. We've had some minor trades as well. We've had Nick Delauriers traded to Carolina. We've had rumors of Bobby McMahon being traded. We've had rumors of Nazem Kadri being headed to the Montreal Canadiens. There's so much happening right now in terms of the trade deadline. Not as much as what we expected going into it. I thought we were going to see a lot of teams very active on a lot of trades, but hey, we're here. We can only do what we're given, right? So Pierre LeBrun says right now there's nothing on the Robert Thomas front. So it looks like a Robert Thomas trade is going to have to wait till the offseason. Peyton says, according to Andy Strickland, the Blues and Islanders are currently staying in the same hotel in San Jose. Shen doesn't even have to move tonight. That's so funny. Yeah, because they're playing Saturday night. They are. That's so funny. That's so funny, actually. Yeah, because the Blues are in San Jose tonight, and the Islanders. Yeah, they're playing. The Sharks are playing back to back. They're playing Blues tonight. They're playing the Islanders. That's so funny. That's. Wow. He's just walking across the hotel hallway. Yeah, Radim Murka's sick, eh? I thought, you know, didn't that trade fall through after? He's really good. There's not much happening right now. Like, we're into like the last 15 minutes of the trade deadline, and there's nothing. Like, I'm not seeing anything. Like, we're still waiting to hear on Montreal and what they're doing. And we're still waiting to hear on Bobby McMahon. We're still waiting to hear on the details from the Timothy Lilligren trade that happened like a half hour ago. Like, that's pretty much all we're waiting on right now. Like, shouldn't there be some more heat? Like, is this trade deadline day? Like, we're just waiting. I've been waiting all day. Like, we've just been here chatting in the chat. Yeah, Parayko declined. Yeah, right. And Murka would have been great, man. Would have been so great. Would have been a great ad for the Blues. Unfortunately. Like, we haven't really seen much today. Like, I was expecting a lot more. Like, we've seen Corey Perry move from LA to Tampa. And, like, Nick Delauriers go to Carolina, a minor move. I mean, the biggest move today, like, this morning, it has been Shen to the Islanders, which I think is great for them. Obviously, first, a third, and a prospect back. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. How's everybody doing in the chat? Let me know what your favorite trade of the day has been. Luke Shen being traded to Buffalo is now his 10th different team. Merca for Carlo would be interesting. I really thought the Leafs would be trading a lot of these guys. Like, I thought, like, OEL would be gone. I thought Carlo would be gone. Like, I really thought that they'd be more active than what they did, especially in the sellers market with as many UFAs that they do have. But unless something comes down the pipeline here in the last 15 minutes of the trade deadline, you know, it's looking pretty bleak out there for the Leafs. Sorry to hear that for you, Vish, man. Detroit is involved in conversations about Vinny Trocheck, so we could see something happen there. Carolina is as well. Still waiting. We're still looking on Twitter here. I'm just gonna check our guy Elliot and see what's on the go over there. Last thing he broke was Matthew Joseph was playing hockey again. Let's have a look. Nothing in 23 minutes. There hasn't been anything. Like, okay, so we're going into the last 15 minutes of this trade deadline. Everybody in the chat, I want you to put down below who you think is going to be traded into the dying minutes of this trade deadline. My prediction is I think that out of nowhere, Shane Wright is going to get traded. That's my prediction. I think out of nowhere, we haven't heard anything on the Seattle front. I think out of nowhere, we're going to see him traded. Ooh, Binner. Big take from Andrea. I like that. I like that Binner is an option. I think like Montreal is going to be looking to make a trade if this Kadri or White Cloud trade can't go through. Sorry, Newfoundlander coming out at me again. This Binner is definitely a great goaltending option for them going into the playoffs. Justin Faulk is another option. I like that. I'd like to see him traded into the dying minutes as well. The Blues really need a guy right now. Like, they really do. We got Vish says some deals usually fall through after 3 p.m. Yeah. So maybe we might see a Bobby McMahon trade fall out right now. Laine, yeah, it's a good call. I think Laine could be a guy we see moved out as well. Justin Faulk, I think, is a guy we will see. Like, there hasn't been many defensemen moved today. Like, there hasn't been, like, very many at all. I don't think any. Have we seen any defensemen moved? Like, major defensemen? Like, I don't think so. Like, Luke Shen, Logan Stanley, that was last night. We seen John Carlson last night. We got C88 saying, who's trading for KK? Yeah, Kotkaniemi is... I like Kotkaniemi a lot as a Montreal fan. I hated how he got treated in that big cup run they went on. I'd like to see Kotkaniemi traded as well. I think he needs a little bit of a fresh start, and I think that would really revitalize his career as well. Quinn says, will the Blues trade anybody? I hope so. They traded Braden Shen to the Islanders for a first, a third, and a prospect, which is an excellent trade. So hopefully they can, like, they have like 7 or 8 guys on the block. We've only seen one of them traded. Parayko could have been 2, but hopefully we can see some of this in the dying embers here as we go almost into the final 10 minutes of the trade deadline. Let's see. Detroit Red Wings. The Detroit Red Wings have emerged as the front runner for Justin Faulk in the dying minutes here. Any Detroit fans in the chat are excited. They're front runner for landing Justin Faulk right now. Blues says, hate to see Shen go, but I get Shen was one of the few that played hard. Yeah, and he's the captain, right? Like, he's a good leader. He's a good mentor. You're getting a big haul in return. I think, you know, you have to do that. You don't want to see a guy like that go, but for that price, you have to, right? The Canes right now are looking at Vincent Trocheck. Is the big name that they're looking at right now. C88. Vish says will be interesting to see how Bunting will do. Yeah, like Michael Bunting, like he had a good couple of seasons in Toronto when he was surrounded by some great offensive talent. So him now going to Dallas, who has a lot of great offensive talents, will be interesting to see how he does play out. I think he is still a very good player in this league. Just kind of fell off the map because he hasn't been really covered by the Toronto media like he once was. So with 10 minutes to go, the big thing right now is Detroit emerging as the front runner for Justin Faulk. And whoever called it in the chat right now, round of applause. We're still waiting to hear on Bobby McMahon, and if that trade does go through, it could fall through. Like you guys said, a lot of trades fall through in the last hour. See how everybody's saying in the chat. I'd trade Binner for Joey Decord. Shout out Joey Decord. Do you think Faulk will get traded, Quinn? Yeah, I do think. I think for the right package, I think Detroit is really just trying to, shore up their blue line, and getting Justin Faulk in this market is probably going to be an expensive, not expensive, but more expensive than what it normally would be for someone like Justin Faulk. But I definitely think I definitely think the Blues want to get this trade done, and I think they'd be willing to let him go for what they're offering, right? So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we are like 9 minutes away if this trade will go through. Blues says, I see Dallas making waves come playoff time. Arrow is a gamer. Yeah, he is. He is a gamer. Yeah. I think they will too. I think every year they've really made waves, but this season they've really stacked up here for the playoffs, and I think them and Minnesota are going to be some tough battles down there this season. I think these are two tough teams. Dallas obviously has a great goaltender in Otter too, so it's great to see that too as well. We're 3.5 hours into the stream, so everybody's still awake out there. Yeah, Vish says Ristolainen might stay in Philly. Yeah, I definitely think so. BC Trophy Outdoors says, how about Vancouver? We were talking about Vancouver a little bit earlier with Mark Pye of Canucks Digest, and he was saying that going towards the end of this trade deadline, we might see a lot of teams that are looking for forwards end up going to Evander Kane if they can't get their main guy. So we could see that happen. They're obviously looking to get Elias Pettersson out of there. They're trying to get a lot of players out of there right now. So it'll be interesting to see there. We haven't seen much rumors about them so far though. This trade deadline. So Flyers are not moving Rasmus Ristolainen. They say. So, we're hoping that Ristolainen was going to end up a Shark, but it doesn't end up that way. We'll see if we can get the trade done with Justin Faulk and the Red Wings. But other than that, man, there's not much on the go. Like, we're waiting on Kadri Whitecloud to the Habs, potentially. We're waiting on Bobby McMahon to the Avalanche. And we're waiting on the details from the Timothy Lilligren trade. Again, like, we're waiting on them forever. Other than that, there's not much on the go. And Justin Faulk to the Red Wings. That's the hot topic right now. We got C88 saying, Pettersson wants to come to the Canes. He was... got to lower his expectations for a contract. Yeah, Pettersson at one time was an elite player in this league, and I still think he has it in him, but right now I don't think he's elite. I think he's a star, but I don't think he's elite. So yeah, if the Canes want Elias Pettersson, they're going to have to pay him, unfortunately. But I think Vincent Trocheck is a better option for them than Elias Pettersson in my eyes. Trey Bennington for David Ears. Yeah, get him in, the E-Bug. Shout out David Ears for all of us in the chat. That's a throwback. So we're about 7 minutes away from trade deadline. Nothing on the trade front for John Klingberg either. We're seeing from some Sharks reporters. We're still waiting to see if Justin Faulk is going to get traded. But right now, the biggest trade of today is the Braden Shen trade to the New York Islanders. But the biggest trade of all has been John Carlson, for sure. That's a shock trade to me. I can't believe it. But it's currently 6 minutes away from trade deadline. Nothing quite yet. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We got 60 viewers in here right now. Really appreciate everybody for sticking around here today, talking about hockey with me down below in the chat. It's been really fun. I gotta say, I gotta come on here and talk to you guys more often. I always see you guys commenting on the videos, and it's nice to actually see them and talk to you guys about it. It's really fun. I'm really enjoying it. Fish says they're doing a fantastic job not leaking things after what happened to Parayko. Yeah, that's gotta suck, right? That whole trade with Parayko leaked, and then he declined it, and now they've really been keeping it hush hush. So like this Justin Faulk trade could really come out of nowhere right now. Blues says, I'm not convinced it was the Blues who leaked it. I think Buffalo had something to do with that. Yeah, I definitely think that could be it as well, because there's a lot of media in Buffalo sports. You know, Buffalo sports is a big thing down there, over there in Buffalo. So it's great too. Yeah, it does suck, right? You know, you don't want stuff like that to leak, and then Parayko like just kind of like, what's happening? Like I've dedicated my whole one of the best parts of my career to this organization, and like, you know, and like same with John Carlson too. Like he's in bed, like that sucks. Like I really feel bad for him that like he woke up and he's traded and he has to move across the country. Like it's like that's just the way it is. Like with social media now these days, though, like there's so many reporters and they have so many insiders and like. People like players find out about like trades on social media before they even hear from their teams. Like we've seen like trades like in the NBA, for example, where like fans are like courtside are showing the team the trade. Like it's crazy before they even know about it. Like the age of social media is crazy. Like we hear about trades like as soon as they happen. Like no calls have been made to the players either. We're still waiting here. See, Ristolainen's not available now. That sucks. We're waiting. We're still waiting. Like we're 4 minutes away from trade deadline. We're gonna stay on a little bit after to see if anything does funnel in. But right now it's pretty quiet, eh? There could be some big news here at the end of the trade deadline, though. It's been pretty quiet here for the last, 40 minutes. Like, the last thing we heard was Matthew Joseph, signing with the LA Kings. So, hopefully, we see something here at the end, guys. Let's see it. How's everybody feeling? Is everybody having a good day? It's Friday, heading into the weekend. Hopefully, you guys have some fun plans planned, and we got some great hockey coming up. We got Sharks and Islanders Saturday night. I can't wait for that one. Schaefer versus Celebrini. It's going to be such a fun game. Potentially Braden Shen's first game in an Islanders jersey, because he's already there with the St. Louis Blues. So that's fun. We got a lot. We're just refreshing Twitter right now, guys. Like, there's not much to really talk about that we haven't talked about extensively. And we're waiting to hear on Bobby McMahon. We're waiting to hear on Nazem Kadri and all this stuff. We're waiting to hear on the details from Lilligren. We're waiting to hear if Faulk is going to get traded. Right now, those are the top 4 things that we've been waiting for. Ristolainen is not going to get traded today, apparently. That's it. Yeah. Vish says we need to wrap this trade deadline off with a bang. I agree. Like, we did it last year with Florida, with Panthers trading for Brad Marchand. That was crazy. But, we needed something to come out of nowhere. We need, a Robert Thomas trade just merge out of nowhere right now. I'm very surprised, that a lot of these teams haven't been trading. The San Jose Sharks were so adamant on getting a young defenseman, and there was a couple available, and nothing happened. Nothing's happened for them. There's so many teams like that. They were so adamant on adding, but since this is a seller's market where you have to give up a lot more than what you anticipated going into it, a lot of teams aren't buying because the price is way too high right now. Quinn says, do you think Faulk will get traded? We're 1 minute away from the deadline, so I don't know. Maybe. Salty Legion says, I guess I'll take Petey and Thomas in the offseason. Yeah, definitely. We're going to see a lot of trades in the offseason, no doubt. I'd like Trocheck to come to the Canes, but what would we give up for him? I think you give up Kotkaniemi in return, and I think that's a good trade there. Peyton says it'll be weird watching the game tonight because the Blues only have 2 forwards who played every game this season. One of them was Shen. Yeah, true. It's going to be weird. Come on, we're 1 minute away from the deadline. We need something big here. We're still waiting. We're waiting on the details. We're waiting on the last trade of the trade deadline, potentially. Is anything going to happen here in the dying embers of the trade deadline? Not seeing anything yet. Nothing on, no updates on, we see Ryan Paling sign a 4-year deal. That was yesterday. Still waiting. 1 minute remain. It's officially the trade deadline is officially over, but there might be some looming trades. It's officially over. The deadline has been set, but there might be some trades looming here. Looming in the dying embers here. So we're going to stay with you guys. The trade deadline is officially over. Thank you for everybody who is tuned in today, but we are still waiting on some things here. If there's a trade coming in the dying embers of this trade deadline. There has been in years past, but as of right now, the trade deadline is over. Let's see if we can see anything happen here. We're waiting. Yeah, watch the Leafs resign, everyone. It's so true. It's officially 4:31 my time, which is 3:01 Eastern. The trade deadline is over. Biggest trade of the day, Braden Shen by far. We're still waiting to hear on any looming trades happening in the NHL. I don't see anything yet. We're waiting. We're waiting and we're waiting and we're waiting to see if anything else is going to break. Right now, very underwhelming. Very underwhelming trade deadline. Sorry, guys. I wish I could control trade deadline. Yeah. Well, we had fun. We had John Carlson trade. I mean, that's fun. That's a fun trade deadline. Unfortunately, it was at 2:30 in the morning, but we did have one. The Panthers are currently focused on trying to re-sign Sergei Bobrovsky as of a minute ago. So no trade for Bobrovsky. Looking like an extension is going to be coming for them. We're seeing if trades are going to filter in over the next little while or not. We're going to stay live here for another probably a half hour or so just to see if we can get some looming trades and talk about some. But as of right now, it's looking pretty bleak, guys. I'm sorry. How's everybody doing in the chat? What's everybody's thoughts on today's trade deadline? I'd say it's the same as a lot of us. It's very underwhelming. Fish says, should we start the fire tree gens? No, I like Brad Treliving. I really do. I think he's a good GM, and I think a lot of people would disagree with that take, but I do like him. I think when, like, that first year he came in, he built that roster that he built, like, it was fantastic. Like, that was the year for them to win. Like, that was the year for them to win. Yeah, the deadline is over. It ends at 3 p.m. EST. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've been live here for like 3 hours 41 minutes right now, but it's fun. Like, it's like I'm not my throat's a little bit sore, but that's it. Okay, so we might have a trade here. Hold the phone. We might have a trade coming in. I just seen something about it, but I can't find it right yet. Hold on, guys. I think, like, there might be a trade looming. Just seen a notification, but we gotta make sure it's correct. I'm not gonna say it until it's right. So hold the phone. Hold the phone. We're going to good old Elliot. See if he's got anything on. Old Elliot. Bobby McMahon to the Seattle Kraken. Bobby McMahon, it's official. Bobby McMahon is not going to the Avalanche. He is going to the Seattle Kraken. Wow. How are you feeling, Vish? Whoa. That was out of nowhere. That's RKO out of nowhere right there. For any of you wrestling fans in the chat. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Bobby McMahon does get dealt, and he gets dealt to Seattle, where they can pay him. They are going to pay him in Seattle. Wow. I was not expecting that at all. That's crazy. Bobby McMahon to Seattle. Wow. We got McMahon and McCann. The McCann and McMahon duo Is Shane Wright involved in this deal? You're right, Vish. I said it was going to be Shane Wright, didn't I? I said it was going to be Shane Wright. Let's see if it is. I hope it is. I hope it is. Bobby McMahon to Seattle. We're still waiting the details, but this is a great trade for the Seattle Kraken. Could be a good trade for the Leafs. We're waiting on the return, but for right now, it's great for the Seattle Kraken. They are acquiring Bobby McMahon from the Toronto Maple Leafs, who is having a career year. Any Kraken fans in the chat, let me know. But Bobby McMahon is going to come in and probably take over this second line with Chandler Stevenson and Eli Tolvanen, potentially playing third line with Capo Caco and Shane Wright. Is he involved in this deal? We don't know yet. We're still waiting on the details to come out. Vish says it's a second and a fourth in the chat. We're going to double check. Elliot Friedman. Oh my God, everything's happening all at once. Elliot Friedman just breaks that Justin Faulk official. Justin Faulk is going to Detroit. Everything is happening all at once. Bobby McMahon is going to Seattle. Justin Faulk is going to Detroit. This is crazy ending to trade deadline. This is what we were waiting for. We were waiting for this to happen. Bobby McMahon is going to Seattle, and we're still waiting the details. I'm trying to find the details on that. Detroit is a third from Detroit to the Blues for Justin Faulk. A first-round pick, third-round pick. The St. Louis Blues, in the last half hour of this trade deadline, get 2 first-round picks and 2 third-round picks. This is huge for the Blues. This is huge for the Blues. Whoa! They just got 2 firsts and 2 thirds in the last half hour of this trade deadline. I cannot believe this. The Blues are on top. Did they just win this trade deadline? Wow. Oh my God. Bobby McMahon to the Leafs, to the... I can't even talk right now. This is crazy. Bobby McMahon to the Kraken for a second and a fourth round pick. Oh my God, this is crazy right now. Oh my God, I can't believe everything that's happening right now. Whoa, the Blues just won trade deadline in the last second. They just won it in the last second. I cannot believe it. Holy. And I thought Minnesota was going to be the winners at the end of the day. But we did not. That is not the case. The case is that the Blues go out and get 2 firsts and 2 thirds. They are going to make a big, big splash here with those picks, or they're going to draft some great talent with that. That is awesome. That's so great. How are you feeling down the chat, Blues fans? I know there's a couple of you guys tuned in right now. That is huge, guys. And we're just going to wrap it up here on the Bobby McMahon trade, if I can find it. Frank Ciravelli says they acquired Bobby McMahon in exchange for a second and a fourth. They don't have to give up Shane Wright for this trade, and they are going to acquire Bobby McMahon, who is going to be a great middle six player for this team. He's having the first 20-goal season of his career, hopefully, if he can score one. And it's just a great player. He's going to be looking for a $5 million extension. The Kraken do have some money this offseason to pay him that. But we also do have a big trade at the buzzer for Justin Faulk. Guys in the chat called Justin Faulk at the buzzer. So shout out to you if you called that in the chat. Justin Faulk also being traded. Bobby McMahon, great return for Treliving. They now have a first, a fifth, a second, and a fourth round pick that they can all make something to work with here. That's awesome. But we also have Justin Faulk. Where are we to? It's a first and a third from Detroit to for Justin Faulk to the Blues. This is a huge addition for the for the Detroit Red Wings blue line, acquiring a veteran in Justin Faulk, and the Blues getting a first-round pick and a third-round pick and return for him. Justin Faulk having a good season as well. He has 32 points in 61 games, a great two-way defenseman. He has 91 blocks, 41 hits, 116 shots. This is a huge addition to the blue line for the Detroit Red Wings. Everything is happening. Everything is happening that we've been waiting for the last half hour. This is awesome. I can't wait to see what else is going to unfold. Justin Faulk is headed to Detroit for a first and third round pick. I can't believe it. Right now, this would put him on this probably the second. Oh, we got Nick Delauriers popping up out of nowhere. This has him playing with Ben Sherratt on the second pairing for the Detroit Red Wings. This is a huge ad on the right side for the Detroit Red Wings. It is definitely worth that first and third round pick that they did give up to acquire him. I cannot believe what's happening right now. Justin Faulk, and the two first and third last deadline. Wow. It's a lot, and definitely so no Hurricanes trade. That's heartbreaking. It's awesome. Like, what a trade! This Brink, Shen, and Faulk is real. That fantastic man's in there now, brilliant. But we do have a report. We're just getting there. We're going right now. There's so much. I can't like such a favorite. Like it really sucks. Like that and some gonna be magic again. Like I can't for them to start going. It's awesome. Such a good trade. I'm live for like 3 hours and 15 minutes. Just at the end of this line. Everything and like, yeah, this is what's happening. And like I see, I was so excited because something finally. And I hope you guys were as excited as I was. And we see the Calgary Flames. They acquire Ryan Strome from the Anaheim Ducks for a 7th round pick. Interesting trade for Calgary. I wasn't really expecting that one. Ryan Strome to Calgary for a 7th round pick. They're just trying to like fill out their roster, I guess. It makes sense. It's just like a roster move for them. Cool trade though. Good to see Ryan Strome find another home here in Calgary. Yeah, cool. How's everybody feeling? Whew. This was crazy. That was a crazy end there. Bobby McMahon and to the Seattle Kraken. Second round, and then we see Justin Faulk traded to Red Wings for first and a third, which puts them in line to have some great assets for this season. And they definitely some great moves. They have ends up with 2 firsts and 2 thirds, 2 players. Fantastic work. And obviously making a lot of moves earlier on today, which is great to see as well. So yeah. What's happening in this trade deadline? We're going to go there one more time. Ending the trade with Toronto, which a lot of people were expecting. And yeah, like the Wings needed to bulk up on D. You're right. The Detroit are the bigger contenders now. We're all cooked. Detroit is definitely wheeling right now. Like if they got a center there, like they could have been like probably cup favorites, but they didn't get a center. I think the Rangers did not move Trocheck. And yeah, I think sounds like the Isles have dealt Drouin. Interesting. Interesting to see details come out on that. We're still waiting on the details of the Timothy Lilligren trade, but as of now, it seems like the trade deadline, big trades of the trade deadline are in as Justin Faulk is now a Detroit Red Wing. And Bobby McMahon is now a Kraken. Apparently there was a lot of interest. Shen to the Islanders for a first, a third, and Drouin. And a goalie prospect, Jidlov. So Blues fans did not just get a first and a third, 2 firsts and 2 thirds. They also got Drouin and Jidlov, a goalie prospect. So great work by the Blues GM to get those trades out. And apparently Justin Holl is going to St. Louis as a part of the Justin Faulk trade. So they get a defenseman, and they get Drouin, and they get 2 firsts and 2 thirds. I really hope this is what you guys wanted going into this trade deadline. I know you probably would have wanted the big package for Robert Thomas, but didn't get it. Didn't get Jordan Kyrou out of there either. But you got some great return from your trades. And, Ryan Strome headed to Calgary. Minor trade, but it's good for Calgary. Nothing like I like as a San Jose like guy, like I'm kind of sucks to see them not not get anybody. Like I've been waiting so long for them to trade for somebody, and I think the Ristolainen trade might have just fell through for them. Yeah, wow. Bobby McMahon to Seattle, was not expecting that one either. Looks like right now the Blues, like, they've won it. Fish says, did the Leafs trade Lawton? I don't think so. I didn't see nothing on them trading Lawton. They traded Nick Waugh. Can't believe Jonathan Drouin is part of that trade. Wow. Big trade deadline. How's everybody feeling? My heart rate was up there for a bit. Yeah, that was interesting. There was a lot going on there. There was a lot of lag in the stream. I'm so sorry. I am going to invest in a better computer so our live streams go more efficiently. Like right now I'm on like a MacBook from like 2020, so we're gonna upgrade software here. But this has been such a fun stream. Still waiting on the final trade. See if we see any final trades roll in here. Right now, it doesn't seem like there's anything else still looming out there. But it's been a great trade deadline. It really hit 180 quick, eh? Yeah. Oh, it is. So you think Lawton's active? They're waiting on the details. Where have you seen this too, Vish? Let me have a look. See if we can see any rumblings about Scott Lawton here. The Leafs have traded Scott Lawton to the Los Angeles Kings, yeah. The Leafs have traded Scott Lawton, yeah, from David Pagnotta. The Kings acquire Scott Lawton. Wow. Leafs going at the deadline, eh? Whoa, right when the clock starts ticking. Nothing on the Pens, Alex. I'm sorry. We haven't heard much on the Pens all day, and we've had a couple Pens fans in here. Nothing yet. Apparently, from David Pagnotta, the Leafs have traded Scott Lawton. Wow. To the LA Kings. That's a great pickup to the Kings. But David Pagnotta just says the Leafs have traded Scott Lawton. They haven't announced. He hasn't said the team. But like there's a couple of people saying that they acquired him right now. NHL News, another one, like this Mayor NHL has been the one who reported the Kings. He's like a Kings podcaster and on Sirius XM, so maybe it seems reputable. Yeah, wait to see what happens there. Mike Greer is gonna talk to reporters here for San Jose. Any fans in the chat? Waiting on Scott Lawton. Apparently, he's been traded right at the buzzer. Tree Living trades Bobby McMahon and potentially Scott Lawton. Yeah, Ryan Strome to Calgary. It's a good pickup for Calgary. I don't know where Calgary's direction is right now, which kind of sucks. Like he's 32-year-old Ryan Strome. Probably just like a roster filler type guy. Just improve them a little bit. I mean, former 5th overall draft pick, right? Like, that's interesting for a 7th rounder. I mean, I feel like you kind of have to take it at that point. So, yeah. So far this season, he has 9 points in 33 games. So, just a little cheeky middle 6 move for them. I think the Kings have multiple 2nd round picks. I think you're right. I think the Kings do have a few picks to move around here, and I mean, if Tree Living can acquire another 2nd, I mean, you'd be happy about that. I really appreciate tuning in. And if you're not tuning in, like videos coming out here every day on like the biggest stories around the NHL, we're home for it. We're waiting on. Yeah, the only thing the Canes done today was trade for Nick Delauriers, which I'm very, very shocked about. Very shocked about. We're waiting on Scott Laughton right now. No, like, I don't think Elliott has tweeted about it. I could be wrong. I'm gonna look it up though. Right now, I think that that Scott Laughton would probably get us a second, like get you guys a second fish. But like, there's still nothing. There's still nothing. Out there right now. Sorry guys, my voice is going a little bit here. Been talking for like 4 hours. But it's been fun. It's been a fun 4 hours. Yeah, we haven't seen any updates on this yet. Apparently the Kings have traded for Scott Laughton though. Leafs trade Scott Laughton apparently. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. David Pagnotta first to report it though. How's everybody feeling in the chat? Yeah, Vish says we need a top prospect from one of these teams. I don't think Scott Laughton is going to bring that, but I definitely think he'll get a pick. So much happening right now. Like, it's crazy. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting to see if this is true or not. Seems like it's a good source, but yeah, we've seen crazier things. There's a very quiet deadline. Thanks for everybody who stayed with me for the whole thing. I really appreciate you guys. It's been fun. We're still waiting on Scott Laughton, so we're not going to hop off quite yet. But I really do appreciate everybody who's had me in their ear while they're at work or, you know, whatever they're doing today. It means a lot. We're going to check out what Elliot Friedman's saying. Nothing yet. Check out what Pierre LeBrun's saying. None like Elliot or Pierre or none of these guys have tweeted about Scott Laughton and like Chris Johnson or none of these Leafs guys. So I'm really interested on why these Leafs guys haven't tweeted about this trade if it's not true. I feel like they would know right now. Yeah. See, David Alter's a Leafs guy. No. Haven't seen anything about this besides from Pagnotta. You missed a lot, Peyton. You missed the Blues steal. The draft. They traded Justin Volk for a first and a third. They traded Shen for a first and a third. And they got Drouin, goalie prospect Gidloff, and they got Justin Holl. And yeah, and you also missed Bobby McMahon getting traded at the deadline to Seattle for a second and a fourth. And we're waiting to see if Scott Laughton is getting traded right now. Other than that, Ryan Strome got traded to Calgary at the buzzer as well, but a huge buzzer beater from Brad Treliving, and like getting a second and a fourth for Bobby McMahon, and then a huge trade by the Blues, acquiring now 2 firsts, 2 thirds, Justin Holl, Jonathan Drouin, and a goalie prospect Giedloff here at the deadline. That is huge trade for the Blues. I know you're a Blues fan. I know you're probably happy about that one. Darren Dreger tweeted out Kampf to Washington. So apparently David Kampf getting traded to Washington, another former Leaf guy. Looks like Washington's kind of just trying to gear up here. Sheng Peng, Sharks reporter, says the Sharks are done for the day. So nothing done on Sharks front. Fortunate. Okay, so the Sharks are. They says the Sharks are done, but the Greer won't announce the trade return for Lilligren as the trade call is still pending. Did confirm that he is headed to Washington. Took calls on Ferraro and Klingberg, but nothing came together. So that's any Sharks fans wondering that's what happened. Why aren't we seeing anything on Scott Laughton? I don't know why we're not seeing anything on Scott Laughton right now. Still waiting. Like, I don't know, like, Vish, I'm not sure if this Scott Laughton trade is real. Like, I feel like everybody would have tweeted about it by now. Yeah, so apparently they traded Scott Laughton. The Capitals have another deal in the queue. They've acquired David Kampf from Vancouver. Interesting to see what the return on that's going to be as well. As of now, like, we're still waiting on a lot of things. Kampf for a 6th round pick to Washington. Good centerman to add for Washington. Probably the 3rd, 4th line center for them. Good face-off guy, good defensive guy, a big guy as well. Okay, Vancouver trades Reichel to Boston for a 6th round pick as well. So Lucas Reichel, I believe, is who it is. Lucas Reichel headed to Boston for a 6th round pick. 23 years old too. So yeah. He's playing AHL this year, 13 points in 23 games. Former 17th overall pick by the Chicago Blackhawks. So the Boston Bruins see something in this guy. Yeah, so that's interesting. I like that ad for Boston. I like that ad for Washington. I really like that ad for Boston. Lucas Reichel, a little bit younger too, can grow with their young core that they are growing there now in Boston. I really like that trade. David Kampf, just kind of a roster guy, a bottom 6 type of guy for Washington. Another good move. So it says Ryan Strome from Anaheim to Calgary. Someone says that this just looks like the tip of the iceberg. So maybe there are more trades coming for Calgary that just haven't been announced yet. We're still waiting on things. Vish says it's on his official page though. It's on Scott Laughton's official Twitter. Let's have a look. It's interesting, Vish, that none of these guys have talked about it besides Pagnotta. I guess he is. He's headed to the Kings. We don't know the return yet. A lot of people are talking about it right now, though. Yeah. Oh, it looks like potentially. I don't know who this. Don't want to. No, it's not a reputable source. Someone said a 3rd, but it's not a reputable source, so we're not going to confirm that on here. But Scott Laughton is official. He's headed to the Kings, and I think Scott Laughton for the Leafs Leafs fans were a lot of their favorite player. So sucks to see a fan favorite go, but if you're gonna get a good return for it, hopefully a second, it's definitely worth it. Still waiting to see on some more things here. Still waiting on details of a lot, actually. So we're sticking around for a little bit, guys. This has been a crazy day. We've been live for 4 hours. It's the longest I've ever been live. So appreciate you guys for sticking around and chat with me, and I really like when you guys just type in the chat. Like it really means a lot. Like it doesn't just feel like I'm like sitting here talking to myself. Like when I see you guys comment on the videos and when I see you guys talk in the chat, like it really like motivates me. And I really appreciate all the support we've been getting over the years on this channel. Like when we first were a Leafs channel and we switched to all NHL, like it just means a lot. Like, and now with the rebrand from to NHL Digest, like it really means a lot that you guys have stuck with us through. Like, I mean, we've been doing this for 3 years in June. Can you imagine that? 3 years this channel has been alive on June, and I loved it. It's been the best decision I made is joining the Digest Media crowd and being able to talk about hockey with you guys. It means a lot. So yeah, Elliot Friedman does tweet Scott Laughton to the Kings, so now it is official. It is official. Scott Laughton is going to the Kings. JG Pageau signs a 3-year extension with the Isles worth $4.85 million. It's a good deal. It's a good deal for JG Pageau. Love to see that. 3-year extension for $4.85. That's great. That's awesome. It's a good deal. We're still waiting. Like it's official though that Scott Laughton is headed to the Kings now, and like he will be a good center for them and a good depth piece for them. There's no doubt about it. Like he's gonna really help them. Like after letting go of Corey Perry, they traded him for a 2nd-round pick at 50% retained. They go out, they get Scott Laughton. They also sign Matthew Joseph. So that's some great depth adds for the Los Angeles Kings. They've always been a team who's been in the mix, but the Oilers have kind of always had their number. So hopefully we can see the Kings start to make some noise this season. The Wild are done for the day. Great trade deadline from the Wild. We've talked a lot about them here. Lucas Reichel to Boston, great trade as well. 3rd rounder for Laughton, they say. Where you see, Elliot Friedman, 3rd round pick for Scott Laughton. I mean, it's not bad. It's not too bad. Like, I think they're just trying to acquire the assets. They don't really need Scott Laughton. Like, they could have extended him, like for sure. But for right now, it makes sense for them to go out, acquire these assets, make some more trades, come off season. And yeah, I think like right now they have a 1st, a 2nd, a 4th, and a 3rd. Is that right? I believe that's right. So, or they have 2. Do they have? No, yeah, the 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 4th. So they basically like acquired their entire draft pool back. So, like, yeah. So they have some assets that are. It's gonna look better, like, in the offseason, Fish. Like you just gotta be hopeful that they're gonna package one of these picks up with Morgan Riley and bring in somebody big, right? Like that's what's bound to happen. In my eyes. So Scott Laughton for a 3rd rounder. I think that's going to wrap things up for us here. I think that's going to wrap things up for us here on the live stream. I really appreciate all you guys for stopping by, coming in, talking in the chat. We've been live for over 4 hours, talking about all the trades that's come in. It's been a fun day. Thanks to everybody coming in, liking the video, liking the live, chatting, and I hope your team did what you wanted at this trade deadline. But appreciate everybody for stopping by. But happy trade deadline. The deadline's over. We're pushing to the end of the season. Bring on the playoffs.